tell me stories, you tuck me in, and the second you leave, I call you right back to check for monsters in my sheets. Yeah, high school was hard. You'd fight with my mom. I'd fall asleep to the screaming, sound machine always speaking, left emotional scars. Now I'm 21, a soul of 50 years. And now that you are gone, I'm doing things that I shouldn't know from. I'm doing things that I shouldn't do. At 21, a soul of 50 years. And now that you are gone, I'm doing things that I shouldn't know from. I'm doing things that I shouldn't do. At 21. At 21. I'm doing things that I shouldn't do. At 21. I'm just a kid. Oh, I'm doing things I shouldn't know from. Yeah, doing things I shouldn't do. At 21. Yeah, I play you my favorite songs on a car ride while you list me all the people that left you in your life. Oh, oh, and you smoke on your chair while I was trying to sleep. I smell the smoke in the air, but that was normal for me. I didn't know. I didn't know. But now I'm 21, a soul of 50 years. And now that you are gone, I'm doing things that I shouldn't know from. I'm doing things that I shouldn't do. At 21, feels like I'm 50 years. And now that you are gone, I'm doing things that I shouldn't know from. I'm doing things that I shouldn't do. At 21. Oh, at 21. Yeah, I'm 21. Oh, just a kid. Oh, I'm doing things I shouldn't know from. Doing things I shouldn't do. At 21. At 21. At 21. Oh, I'm 21.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the RSC EU. It's playoffs time, guys. We've already had one tier go down with Prospect last night, but today it is all about Challenger. We started off, of course, in the upper bracket in the round one, and starting us off in this match on the main stream will be Cerebrus versus Glacier on that B stream, Pyromancers and Overall over there. But right now, it is the Galamo and the Arctic Frenzy franchises going against each other, and with me in the booth, making their long-awaited RSC return, it's Jota.
Yeah, it's good to be back. It's a lovely Sunday, and yeah, as you said, one division down. It's time to step things up a notch.
Absolutely. We will go and look at some stats between these two teams. I mean, there's not much point as you go on through the day about the stats because, you've already seen them all. But, first round, I think there's something to talk about, looking at their positions. And Cerebrus, they do come in as the top seed from their conference, and their stats probably would reflect that, considering they're 5 wins ahead of Glacier at the end of league play, and almost 40 goals. So it does seem that most of the important stats are heading their direction going into this one.
Yeah, the most notable for me is their shooting percentage, because there are lots of ways to get lots of goals, but they have been extremely sharp shooting. Mike down at 31% is still very solid, but Patroid and Wills both getting 35% shooting each to bring that team average up over 32%. So they have been finding the corners really well all season, and frankly, there's no reason for that to change here today.
Yeah, you would suggest that it's going that way. And Cerebrus were the first team to confirm their participation here. They were storming ahead in their conference, so they were definitely that dominant force. Glacier, they definitely had more troubles. There was a point in mid-season where they looked unbeatable, and they were one of the last 3 teams left unbeaten, but they had 2 weeks without a win, and they only just about scraped over the line in the end to get into the top 2, but they're certainly here to play today. The other big thing is they're playing with a third they haven't played with, because Nalarin was banned, so they've got Satan's General in, who is the player that has played the most in RSC, so he's certainly experienced, but as a roster, I'm not sure how experienced they're going to be, so I think that's the big talking point of this match.
Yeah, it's a great talking point, but let's be honest, if you're going to drop someone into a team without too much experience as a team, that sort of veteran player is, if anyone's going to be able to do it, it would be one of the long-standing veterans who's got plenty of competitive experience. That is definitely the way to do it. So it's interesting to see if he can use all of that expertise to slot in well.
Hopefully. He did. He was an FA for the last 2 weeks and was just subbing for seemingly everyone in this tier. And he actually subbed for Cerebrus, and I believe they lost their match when they brought him in. So maybe they're feeling that they can get some revenge against him for not taking their series, even though they were already confirmed first. But Jota, if you're ready, you can tell the teams to join, because I am indeed console, so don't think any of them can hear me.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get this match underway as quickly as possible. I want some action. I trust both of these sides to bring it, and the Titan clash, it's the bit of a wild card team. We don't know what to expect from them versus those Kings of the Hill who will take it down. Will we get an early surprise? We won't have to wait long to find out.
Cerebrus take the first attack, and they score with the first attack. 7 seconds is all it takes, and Eldruvo gets them on the boards.
Yeah, well, I said they were very efficient. I didn't really mean that efficient. I wasn't quite expecting to only have to wait 7 seconds for the first shot. Bar down, as great a shot as you could possibly ask for. And they bounce back, or will Cerebrus start to extend their lead? They've started perfectly, but there's still forever left to go. An early floater shot out from Will as well, trying to build some pressure. Patroid pops one middle, floats towards it, but the defender deals with it well. They're panicking a little at the back, trying to get around to this, but Satan's General is there in time to clear it out. Can they counter? The answer is no. The firm bonnet of Patroid clears out the danger before it even starts.
Again, they're being forced back here. That's definitely been a ropey opening 40 seconds for Glacier, as you would probably expect it to be with the new 3-man roster operating here. But you know, they've all got qualities. We've seen them all do really great stuff in RSC. Maybe Tilted Waffle is the sort of unknown part, considering Torchic has well, not one prospect, but I can't, I'm getting the stats wrong, I think, but he's definitely exceeded in prospect and got some excellent stats. So, you know, he's made this jump up to Challenger last season, I believe, and this is probably his better chance at it in this upper bracket. It brings a lot more hope and can definitely lead to that momentum. You know, you have 2 different brackets to choose from to make your run, and it's definitely a possibility for them here, but they've got their work cut out for them. You know, new 3-man playing against probably the top team in Challenger, and they were 1-0 down in 7 seconds. But they've held it from then on, and that's kind of impressive considering that Cerebrus have looked pretty convincing going forward throughout this match.
Yeah, I mean, if we max out on the Glacier Copium, like, of course they're going to lose the first couple games to adjust. They're going to solve everything together, turn around, reverse, sweep it easy, but I don't think, even if you're taking that as the Copium approach, I don't think they're going to want to be there, and they're not there yet. They're struggling to get any sort of sustained pressure going on because the clears have been very consistent from Cerebrus, so that's something they're going to have to work out how to break down, but for now, those long clears haven't been enough to trouble them.
Yeah, it's been end-to-end in the sense that neither team is really dominating, but Glacier still haven't had a shot on, and again they go forward trying to get something on the net, but it's just not happening for them. Maybe that one will count, but no, Eldruva will deal with it, and you know, the man to open this score maybe trying to go again, but Waffle is too strong in the backboard. Petroid will go again. There's just so much space for Cerebrus in this Glacier box, and every time they have possession, I think Glacier just looks scared.
They look a little bit nervous, and maybe they have a right to be coming into the playoffs, but they'll have to shake that off quickly, however you slice it, because I don't think cautious play is going to be enough to get them through here. And that was a good challenge from Satan's General, though. I like to see that. He properly dove into it early, not afraid of the shot, a good dunk to deal with it, but the pressure still on. Tilted Waffle gets it downfield, but when you've got low boost and you've been stuck on defense, that long clear will just go straight to the opposing bonnet. So back forward comes Cerebrus. What can they do this time? Patro floats one towards the far corner. He found the inside the post. Tilted Waffle maybe left that on purpose. If he did, that's good composure, but after that many shots, inevitably one of them won't be wide. That one was well within the near post.
And it's the same link up again. For the first one, Wills knocked it into space for Eldruva to shoot bar down. This time, Wills goes round to the backboard, directs it straight into the danger zone, and Eldruva once again is there. This is a man that's got clip of the week before in the whole league, so he certainly doesn't shy away from the net, and Glacier are learning that more and more as this match goes on.
Yeah, indeed, and the 2-goal deficit, it seems difficult to overcome. Not really because 2 goals is a massive amount, but because their shot tally currently sits at 0-0 to 7. Not the place you want to be. It's hard to say what they're doing wrong because they don't look too bad. I think it's just the case that the boost management comes out when they're getting those clears. They're not in a place to turn it into a sustained offense. Maybe we need to see some solo plays coming out from them, but first they're going to need to get out of their own box.
Yeah, they're really struggling. Again, as you say, they're going forward with the ball and no one's there to follow it up. Eldruva cuts it out, was looking for the finish off of the corner. It'll come out to Wills now, and he slots it near post. Glacier really struggling to get a foothold in game 1 as Cerebrus make it 3.
Yeah, it's a threat more than the execution there. Eldruva floating up towards the corner read. The defense had to respect it, and in doing so, they weren't able to cover every threat. And when Eldruva leaves it, the space opens up in the middle for Wills to tuck it home. And the 3-goal deficit, again, seems impossible now. 35 seconds to go. It would take a mammoth comeback, but given this is a long series, they do need to just get something on the board for the momentum. Try and stop them. Slow things down. Maybe a consolation goal would do bits for their mental going into next game.
I mean, at this stage, maybe just a consolation shot on the board would be good enough for them, because they still haven't got it with 10 seconds left, and Detroit will clear it out. No one's home for Glacier. They really were pushing in these last few moments, but still, it didn't really feel like they had any danger on the ball, and Cerebrus looked very comfortable the whole way through this. The ball will hit the ground, and Cerebrus, as probably predicted, claim game number 1.
Yeah, you can't get much better than that for them. things went perfectly to plan. It's one of those spots as a player. It's a funny team talk to be in because they've got a full minute now for the Cerebra side, and they would just be going, "Yep, that happened." What you know in Glacier comms at the moment, things will be a lot more detailed and in depth, trying to work out how to get this series back on track.
Yeah, I mean, obviously not getting a shot on the board and having it go against you isn't the best thing in the world, but they definitely were in this match. You know, they were going end to end. I pointed out at some stage that, you know, they were getting chances to go up the pitch and you know, have a presence in the other half, but it's definitely that boost management is a factor. And you know, it sort of feels like the stream nerves are a thing as well, because they really do not look ambitious at all. Every time the ball's going forward into somewhat strikeable position, they don't look like they want to go and hit it. And you know, they've really got to up that confidence. You only get one chance in the upper bracket. I mean, then you're done in the lower bracket, where very, very few teams have ever gone on to make the final. It's quite the run that you have to pull off. But you know, they're still in the upper bracket at the moment. We've seen games swing back and forth, even if you lose the first 1-0-3. So they've got a chance. I think they do need to just up the aggression and feel themselves a little bit more in game number 2 and onwards.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things you can afford to go into lower bracket, but going into it in round 1, going into it this early in the day is absolutely brutal, because every win in uppers counts for so much more. It fast tracks you down the line, and that is the spot that Cerebrus look in pole position to take after taking pole in league play. Maybe what you would expect, but you feel that Glacier will expect more from themselves in this game, because, yeah, again, they were able to get some good clears out, had some promising moments. You thought maybe they could get a counter going. Things weren't quite sticking, and they're starting to work a little better on defense this time, though. Their defense wasn't bad last game, just they were overwhelmed with shots, but that time a flurry of shots came in, all of them dealt with well, and the clearance came out no problem.
Yeah, they've definitely survived at least longer than 7 seconds this time around, even if they're still yet to get their first shot on the board. That might just be what we talk about this whole series. If they never manage to get there, it might be now, but sitting again, or it's tilted waffle this time, actually. No, I can't read the scoreboard hadn't updated for me yet. It was that an own goal, oh my word! That's how they go in the lead, and Jonah, they still don't have a shot.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can I just bring something up? We take a little look at the thing. They have yet to take a shot. Please, I want 3 minutes 40 more of this chaos. I would love to see the series go even 1-1 without them taking a shot. I'm not sure they would love that though, and they're looking for a chance to double the lead here. A good 50-50, pops it middle from the kickoff, but Druvo is there to receive it and get another dunk too, straight back on the offensive for Cerebrus. Tilted Waffle picks up the first save. Torchic left with the responsibility of trying to get it clear. He does get 150, but it still loiters in their corner. Only cross field for now. Finally, Torchic gets a great touch on it. Gets it out of their end. You see them now. They can get a breather. Tilted Waffle picks up 100 boost to push forward with. Not something we were saying in the first game. This is what we like to see in the next round of shots come in. Satan fires one into the corner. Druvo drunked out. It's another ball middle, but Patroid deals with it well. But still, this is finally what we've been waiting for. Glacier, somehow no shots, but they've had sustained pressure. They have kept the ball locked in the blue end.
Yeah, this is definitely their best passage of play so far as a
Yeah,
team.
never mind. No.
Yeah,
Goodbye.
Yeah. Okay, El Druvo will score, and it's 1-0.
Yeah, no, I'll stop talking now. Microphone cable's coming out.
With the point, really, wasn't I? And I should have got out while you were behind, I guess.
No, it's fine. So unfortunate, and you know what? I think the loss for words frustration coming out from me there almost is exactly how the Glacier team will be feeling with that one, because that was by far their best passage of play in the series so far in this first 8 minutes, and it's led to them being scored on a quick counterattack, a shot out of nothing. But you have to be opportunist, and ultimately full credit to Cerebrus. When that half chance came up, they grabbed it and ran with it.
Yeah, you often look at these matchups where there's one team that's kind of clearly more dominant, and you know, you're thinking the other team has to strike in the counter, but sometimes you forget that the better team on paper can still manage those counterattacks and strike really, really quickly. And obviously Glacier weren't ready for it there with their amount of pressure that they had. And again, now they're just back in the defense and just inviting it in. It's really, really tough for them. It will be 2 for Wills and his team Cerebrus. They've completed the comeback this time, and it doesn't really look any different to game 1, considering the first goal was still their own, and they put themselves in the position they got themselves out of.
Yeah, they did indeed. Sometimes you've got to make your own luck, and the shots are 5-0 in favour of Cerebrus. Goals scored, all 3 have been scored by Cerebrus, of course, if not one of them in their own net, and this game has felt very different to the first, even if we are tending towards the same scoreline. But 90 seconds to go on the clock. They can deal with this air dribble from Drubo. They do that well. Tilted Waffle looking to put on an attack. You feel maybe that Glacier do deserve some sort of reward for their hard work, but they have not been able to pull the trigger effectively as of yet.
Yeah, they will threaten, and again, Cerebrus just knock it straight back down. It's all too often being the case, and the clearances again are just looking weak. Will's had a chance there. He will get it to Petroid, even if it's not strong, but the link-up comes through again. Wills will keep it in Cerebrus' possession, although they have gifted it over this time. Can they do anything better? And again, Satan's on 0. Tilted has to come through as the third, and then Petroid has a very, very easy clearance. Again, Torchic's picking it up in the midfield with 20 boost. How can you expect him to do anything in this position? If he now goes and gets the pass middle for them to score, I will be blown away. But indeed, Cerebrus can deal with it easily because they just keep on restricting Glacier, and they look so good whilst they're doing it.
There it is. Very good, smart Rocket League from them. They're just really doing the fundamentals well and building up from that strong foundation, because when you have the good spacing and the good boost control, everything else just comes that little bit easier. And on the flip side of things, Glacier having to work so hard for every opportunity they get. As you saw, I mean, before, it was Torchic with 0 boost. He took it round 2 players. He nearly got it middle by doing so. He clearly has the skill. It's just they're in such disadvantageous position due to that shaky foundations, the weak boost and spacing that they've been put under. And somehow again, after what is a completely different game, Glacier still chalk up 0 shots on target.
It's really, really brutal to see. We've been singing their praises for a team that's losing an awful lot, but you know, at some point you have to ask for something on target. You have to ask for some sort of threat, because otherwise, considering how good Cerebrus have been in the fundamentals and how good they've been, you know, consistently throughout a whole season of league play, how can you ask them to lose this game when the opponent's just doing absolutely nothing with the ball when it comes to what matters most in front of net? So, Glacier, you've one more chance in this series. You're 2 down. You're looking at the reverse sweep now. At least get a shot on, at least get a goal of your own accord on the board, because if you're going down in a sweep fashion like this to the lower bracket, the confidence is at an all-time low.
Yeah, Glacier inch inevitably closer towards that lower bracket spot now. They would need to find the reverse sweep. Not something you would expect anyone to be capable of over top of the league, but maybe that's the mindset that they can approach here. They can think, okay, we haven't been playing that badly, and let's write this one off. Let's assume that we're going to lose. Play like there's nothing to lose and really throw everything at it. And that might start here. Tilted Waffle, a great beat into the corner. Takes the corner boost as well. Looking to go off the ceiling. Popping it middle, but Eldruvo reads it really well. A really solid clear. And once again, it's just those fundamental solid hits from Cerebrus. You can always rely on one of their players to hit the ball really cleanly when they're under a spot of bother.
I did really like that thought, though, to grab the corner boost, because it's something that has been severely lacking, you know, talking about them lacking boost going forward. If they can take control of the ball and sneak one of those snatches in, then it puts Cerebrus in a much worse position in that defensive corner and can allow opportunities to open up for Glacier. It didn't happen there, and it might be a while before they get into a position like that again, but if they just switch that on suddenly and Cerebrus just that little bit more boost out than they used to being, then maybe that's the way they break forward and open this series up, although they will be going 1-0 down, because Petroid has an open net to shoot at, and Petroid is scoring the open net.
Yeah, we talked about those simple, powerful hits from them, and Petroid does exactly that. It wasn't too complicated, but trust me, when you're under the pressure of a game like this, it can certainly start to feel a bit more difficult. We've both seen in our times plenty of those skied high and wide, but no mistake this time from Petroid, and it's not surprising given how he's been playing, but now They are.
The
That's
backflip.
basically shut out away. A little bit scary there, an immediate double commit coming out, but if they can continue to shut out as they have been before, the series will be theirs.
Do you think that was a redirect possibility from Tilted Waffle, though he found the backflip instead and in the end couldn't regain possession. But you know, they're showing slightly more ambition than they were in games 1 and 2. You know, on those counter opportunities where Cerebus do make a rare mistake and throw 1 or 2 players further forward than they should have done, then there's a couple of gaps opening up for Glacier, and maybe they can find a way through. They're having to do defending at the moment. That is a good block from Torchic, just being in the right place at the right time to deny Patchwood a second, and now they might have a bit of a 2v2 at least. Well, the rotations from Cerebus are solid as ever, so they've gone left with plenty of time, and will mount the attack once more. It's just unstoppable at some points from Cerebus. This time it's very much stoppable, as it will go off to the side and Torchic can pick it up. He's going to have to go himself, though, because the teammates are not quite in the middle for him, and in the end, again, it's an easy stop for Cerebus.
Is indeed, and still, Sonics I think is starting to just have fun with us here. I've seen a few clears that have just been totally on target, that have not been credited the shots for Glacier. I'm convinced that there's some conspiracy against them, and you know what? The post signed up to the conspiracy too, perfectly diming it down for Wills. He collects it when he lands. A lovely, nice touchdown from him, and that could be all she wrote here. Just as we tick into the halfway stage, it's a second for Cerebus, and the mountain has just doubled in height for Glacier.
Almost tripled, almost the known goal in that way for Torchic as he was arriving quite late at the near post and was smacked it in. But now they will have an opportunity on the counter. They need to score very, very quickly, considering how much they've struggled with scoring at all this series. It might be one here. Satan was there, but Will's found the stop, and they've got 2 minutes to find 2 goals. Jota, their confidence just has to find a way to go up from here, because Cerebus are smashing it with every second that ticks off.
Oh, I don't mean to excite you, but that was a shot, that last play
No
from
way!
St. John.
What? Hype moment!
It's a worrying sign when you're 100 seconds away and the game finally decides to credit you with your first shot. And it was a good one, but once again, because the defense have had all the boosts that they need, they were able to get the read really early on it, get the play shut down before it was close to the net, because you think if he left that for the defender on the line, he was probably never getting near the top corner, and that was pretty near the top corner from Wells, putting his team in his backpack. 420 points already, grabbing the team's third. This could be it.
And that was maybe the first really calamitous goal we saw from Glacier. Double commit from the 2 players on the near post, Torchic and Satans, and then Tilted chases the ball, gets nowhere near it underneath it, and leaves Wills with the open shot pretty much, even though all 3
one for the
defenders are right
culture.
underneath them. I mean, they're just playing around it. Yeah, the rule number 1, just to show that Glacier have some sort of dignity, I guess. If you can you call rule number 1 redeeming dignity?
Yes. The dignity for me was the person rotating back post who was nearly about to rotate in and bump them and realised that they were about to commit the crime of breaking up that rule 1 and decided, no, don't worry, I'll move up and play the other side to make sure that I don't ever break the rule 1 on stream. You love to see the culture, but I'm not sure the culture alone is going to help them through here. The clock continues to tick down. 40 seconds now. A shot coming out from Tilted Waffle. It's a good one. And Satan's General picks up the goal. Maybe I'm too quick to count them out. 36 seconds is enough time for a couple goals. It would be the biggest comeback in Rocket League history if they get anywhere near this series. But it starts here. They've got the first goal.
Surely not from Glacier. They will lose his kickoff, and Tilted Waffle somehow has 0 boost off of the kickoff. Maybe he missed that corner, but they're just inviting the pressure immediately again. They're going to have to counter it. Satan's touch is good here. It's now or never. Torchic. It is another shot. One that they have 2 of this series. Tilted Waffle again, but it'll be denied by Petroid, and they now have 15 seconds left, Jonah.
It was a great effort. I mean, it's a shame. Why couldn't we see this 10 minutes ago? A whole flurry of shots coming out from them. They've had 6 shots in the final 2 minutes after chalking up 0 in 13 minutes. It's a shame that it was only this late on that they were able to do so, but that is a glimmer of hope for them going into lowers, and anyone else watching this, seeing them go into lowers, will have to watch out, because Glacier might have just found their step.
Yeah, Maybe. It was an incredible sight that they just suddenly found the way to break down this Cerebrus team with about 3 seconds left, pretty much, and then obviously it was always going to be unlikely from that point onwards. But yeah, absolutely. We're talking about the fact that, you know, at least showing up at the end of a series can give you that confidence going into the second half of your day as such in the lower bracket. But I agree. It is a shame that it came so late because they did really look good there. And obviously, considering they came second in their conference, they have so many positives to bring to this tier, but it just wasn't happening for them in this match. And the Cerebrus clearly, again and again and again, were just finding their number and completely shut them down for pretty much the whole series.
I'm optimistic for them though, just on that last minute and a half, because I really feel that those first couple games, although they went badly, they weren't far away from, like, they had all the pieces of the puzzle and it looked terrible because, or at least on paper it looked terrible because it was just a pile of pieces, but I felt we could see the potential for it to come together. We did see it starting to come together at the end, so I am optimistic that they could make a decent lower bracket run and we might see them later on, but that is goodbye to them for now. We are kicking them down to lowers.
Yeah, they will have to wait to get the mainstream again. I believe they will be going on the B stream in that lower quarterfinal. We will be joining the lower quarterfinals as well, but on the other side of this time around. I can look at it correctly. I think it will be the Pyromancers or Overall, depending who loses on that B stream match. I'm not sure what the score is there at the moment. And if I look at the bracket correctly, if my laptop would ever load, it's Glacier versus Masai. It's Overall versus Shrine that we're going to watch, and on the Glacier are going to go up against Masai. You know, the two teams that won the plains, Masai and Shrine. But that'll be an interesting match. Overall lost in a sweep to Pyromancers as well, so a couple of sweeps in the upper bracket early on, Jota. It's going to make it a tough time for these two teams going to the lower bracket.
Yeah, it is, and that's the thing, is teams coming in from play-ins, going straight into lowers, they have all of that momentum. I mean, they've just come off of effectively winning their own mini-tournament, going straight into playing a team who just got swept. It is going to be so tough for these players to turn around their mentals, especially at this level where some of them don't have a lot of competitive experience. Each team will be looking to their team leader players and any coaching team around them to really boost them up, get them back on track.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a tough test for the pair of them. But after that upper bracket sweep from Cerebrus over Glacier, we will take a quick break. Do not go anywhere, folks. We've got Challenger playoffs all day long. B-stream and mainstream right here at RSC EU. It's Overall versus Shrine next. Make sure you stick around because we'll be back in just a few.
Tell me why I'm falling. Oh, life's calling, but it's hard because I'm falling. I'm falling. Tell me why I'm falling. Oh, life's calling, but it's hard because I'm falling. Started to fall, and where were you? How could I know you were falling too? Grabbing the wind, cutting my skin, but it's hard because I'm falling. Tell me why I'm falling. about to turn it on. Turn it. We about to turn it on. Turn it. We about to turn it on. 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 About to turn it on. We about to turn it on. Turn it on. We about to turn it on. Turn it on. Turn it. We about to turn it on. Turn it. We about to turn it on. Turn it. We about to turn it on. 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 We about to turn it on. We about to turn it on.
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our cloudlands when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding.
without boarding pass. Couldn't catch me, I be moving fast. Call me a shooting star. Let 'em know who you are. Flying up in a bar. Wish on a star. Time to show 'em who's in charge. Call me a shooting star. Shooting stars. Didn't even get to bronze. I said I'm moving too far. Get to glance. Looking at a shooting star. Got more than a couple of people going mad. I swear they're rooting hard. Tell them I'd be big in the game like she went and got them breast implants. I said I'm moving too fast. Didn't even get to glance. I'm ready to eat up track like I'm seated in a restaurant. If you had swag like mine, you know it's best to flaunt. We aren't hating because you aren't. Shining like it's neon. Rock like kings of Leon. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, them amateurs have to leave. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, them amateurs have to leave. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting shots. Shooting stars. Didn't even get to bronze.
just I wish I could carry the weight all on my back. Colors now faded. There's only so much hope in that. I can't do what I'd rather lose than lose you. Do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to be you again. Do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to put your heart to rest. I'll keep waiting as long as it takes. Do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to be you again.
Just walk right out the door, don't wanna do this anymore. Now I'm lost without you. You drive me crazy out my mind. How'd you do this every time? Now I'm lost without you. Used to be the one I talk to when I'm sad. Can't you see now tainted love is all we have? Our issues run so deep, now when I try to sleep I feel so bad. I should leave and by the time it's done I'll be gone. I'll be so distant when you're home, always hanging by your phone. Do I even know you? And I get paranoid sometimes, 'cause I know that you ain't mine, and I'm lost without you. You still be the one I talk to when I'm sad. Can't you see now tainted love is all we had? Our issues run so deep, now when I try to sleep I feel so bad. I should leave and by the time it's done I'll be
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to some more RSC EU9 Challenger playoffs. We have just seen the first round in the upper bracket where we had two separate sweeps go down, each of the teams being knocked down to the lower bracket in unceremonious fashion. As Glacier, we were the ones we saw on the mainstream. They will play Masai on that B-stream matchup now. But in this one, we have an Overrule team that have just been swept by Pyromancers and a Shrine team that won their match on Friday against Crusaders to get to this point. So Overrule versus Shrine is the matchup, and once again joining me in the booth is John.
Yeah, good to be back for another series, and it's going to be less of a good to be back for Overrule, I think. They're not going to be feeling too happy, but Shrine, on the other hand, coming through that play-ins, they played very well there. It's emphatic for them the way that they rolled through into this. So I'm certainly expecting, at least early out the gates, Overrule to start a little bit shaky. But hey, they came top 2 in their league for a reason. If they can find their footing, we could be in for a great series.
Yeah, absolutely, and hopefully Bishik in the background will be able to show us this play-in bracket first to see how Shrine and Masai on the other stream got to this point. And you know, you can see that Shrine, the team that they had to take down, they got their 2 buys as a result of finishing 3rd. They were only, I think, 2 games off of finishing top 2, but, you know, they didn't make it, so they have to go through this lower bracket. They beat Crusaders, who had just won 5 in a row in league play, and then took their 6th in a row against Xeron in that semi-final. So they just crushed a team that was on incredible form, and, you know, I don't think Overrule are on the best of form themselves, so it definitely feels like Shrine will have that all-important word, momentum, going into this one.
Yeah, I really do think that it's going to be key. Certainly just to get out of game 1, but it is a best of 5, so not the longest series, but long enough to recover if you stumble out of the blocks. But you think, coming into game 2, I feel like if game 1 goes in the direction of Overrule, then, if game 1 goes in the direction of Shrine, then game 2 will decide the series as to whether Overrule can turn it around. But hey, you never know. They've had a little bit of a gap to calm things down. That is the bonus of getting swept, right? You get a bigger gap between the games. So there is some hope that they've been able to stabilize.
Yeah, and if we do take a look at this playoff bracket, you'll see how much that stabilization is needed, considering the long day ahead of them. 3 lower bracket matches you need to win to get into that grand final, where you then need to bracket reset. We, of course, have Cerebrus and Pyromancers waiting in an upper final, who will be on just after this one. But at the moment, we're in the lower quarterfinals, this lower round 1, and Overall need to win to advance. I mean, Masai won all 3 matches. They're the only team out of any of the 4 playing brackets so far to do that, to make the miracle run and get all the way up. But Shrine, they had the slightly easier job. They had their 2 buys, and I'm sure they'll be very glad of it, because it's not an easy job to get here. But get there they have, and with that, I'm very, very eager to see whether they can continue on their good form and take down Overall. Jota, I think we should see this one away.
Absolutely. I'm going to send the players to get going nice and quickly, and hopefully both sides get started quickly, because as much as we talk about momentum here, both of us want the action. I'm sure everyone in chat wants to see the action too, because there's plenty of talent here. There is a reason, as we get down towards the sharp end, you can expect all 6 players to have the ability, and we will just find out which one can deliver on the day. Who will it be? So Cubics, a great start off the kickoff, looking to get the ultimate early momentum for Shrine, but it is blocked out, and an early counterattack coming out for Overall. It's off the inside of the post from Rawbean. It's only taken them 9 seconds to get on the scoring after being swept in that previous series.
That is huge for Overrule. They'll be over the moon with the fact that they've scored so early in this one. It took us 7 seconds in the series where Cerebrus did it. This time, Overrule nearly matched that with 9, but 2 very early starts. Maybe Shrine can do better in responding. They almost do it immediately as Big had it on target, but didn't find the follow-up touch, and in the end, Andrew was able to dive down and get it away, but really, really quick opening to this one.
After last series to be spoiled, both teams have had a shot in the first 15 seconds.
Andre's that one almost just crept in off of the whiff from Shrine, and Andre will pick it up again. This one is just all go from absolutely from both teams. That is the big difference from the last series. But opening minute, Shrine are yet to respond, but you know, again, they're going back and forth in this one. At the moment, they're having to defend. That one might drop down nicely from Borsville, and will grab the demo for Andre to pick it up, but only center it further for Rawbean, who It's too slow to get there before Cubics, who actually has a chance at this one. It's going to come off at the near post, and he will get there first. Andre can do nothing about it. Shriner level.
Yeah, again, one of those chances that's come out of nowhere. So Cubics, the big clear downfield, finds the gap, and it really was the tightest of margins, but he does tuck it home, no problems. And B-Shake behind the scenes been doing absolute bits on production today, and he'll be smiling very gleefully right now. Of course, Shrine, his team, just found their equalizer on the start of what will have to be a very long run for either of these teams through the lower bracket, but it looks like whichever one does make that long run is going to have to start here with a real tough battle at the hands of the other.
I'm glad to see Sir Cubic scoring. It almost seemed like he wasn't going to get here, as B-Shake told us beforehand, that he was playing an ECC playoff match. So now he's coming over to RSC and scored within that opening minute. He is also the player with the top shooting percentage in league play from these two teams, so that's maybe something to go by and to explain why he's got a 100% shooting accuracy, at least in the start of this one. But yeah, it's a great start from him, and obviously he's feeling very, very warm after that ECC playoff match. I'm not sure which way it went for him, but presumably it went for a win, because it was a good shot, and as you said, it was a chance that came from nowhere. And sometimes you don't always have those instincts on the day. The nerves get you, but that time he was definitely there. They might be going behind again, though. Almost the double attempt that came off for the crossbar in the end for Borsville, and Cubics once again there to save the day.
Yeah, as you say, used it as a bit of warm-up to get going for the big series of the day, getting here onto the RSC channel and coming out with a good start, but it's not all she wrote yet. They've got their first goal on the board, but they're still level, and they're still having to spend a lot of time on defense. The shot tally is now 5-2 in favor of Shrine, but I feel that's a little bit misrepresentative. Overall, have definitely had the better run of key chances, just not being able to find the target with them, and a good defensive clear from Robin, proving their caliber once again, looking for an air dribble bump maybe. He seemed to be sniffing for the bump after the first touch, but settle for the boost deal, and Sir Cubics, that won't be enough to bother him.
Borsville looked very awkward at the near post there. That was almost two for Cubics, but didn't get the shot off in the end, and we go straight back up to the Shrine half. Although Eichel send it straight back down the other way, very much end-to-end action, and you can really see how quickly these teams can transition, but neither of them able to make a clear-cut chance out of it. So go back into the midfield, waiting to see who will come out with the dominancy next, and it might be Robin here. Ike again looked a bit awkward. You can see these teams that they're really finding these positions where the other team are trying to catch them out, but not quite getting it in time at the moment, and just need to piece it together a little bit more. Again, it's almost coming off for Big Big. He has that chance, but Borsville too quick, and the moment feels like a game of defense.
It does. It's a little bit weird because both teams look great on the counter-attack, more so than they do when they have sustained pressure. Either side, it seems to suit them to be on that breakaway, and sometimes that can be the case just because there's more space when you're up against a more organised team. And this time being Borsville looking to make it happen, but Sir Cubics sitting so deep there. You can see as we're getting into this last minute, neither team wants to overextend and take too many risks, so it could take a moment of magic to beat the defense, because I don't think many open nets are going to be left with players coming in this safely, knowing the importance of taking down game one.
I've cast it over before and seen them take advantage of teams that do put that overcommit in, so clearly their opponents are wary of that, and Shrine do not want to commit that same mistake. That, I can't remember who it was, but I think it was Fearless Delta, and it really came back to bite them, because that was a match overruled utilized to get to the top two spot, and obviously they've lost that upper bracket privilege at the moment, but they had the two chances. They're taking their second one here, and going into the final 20 seconds doesn't look like either team is ready to take it in regulation. The one thing that I'm noticing here, looking at the scoreboard though, that might matter, is Andre is on orange ping, and at times was on 999, so hopefully that won't affect the team too much, but they have indeed got themselves into an overtime nonetheless. Let's see if they can keep it up. Charlie, not at the end here! Ike just about got there before Andre.
Yeah, you talk about him being the one to worry about with the ping, and he getting it into overtime. He nearly settled it before then, but yeah, I did see him disappear off the ceiling for a second. I was very confused as to what he was doing before he came back, so they'll have to hope that that stabilizes down, but fortunately it does look to have done so, and he could be the one set up here, going for the aerial touch, could not find the almost impossibly tight angle, but they keep the ball in middle. Robin, a great touch. Borsville this time popping it middle, but Andre sitting deep, and I respected in overtime not wanting to overcommit, but that does mean that the pass goes astray, goes to nowhere, and maybe that's more of what we're seeing, that both of these teams, they want to be on the counter. They're a bit scared to sit on the front foot here in game one.
Again, Andre sitting so deep. They're both so cautious. Both know how much this match could mean in terms of their season as a whole. It's getting to them. They're at times looking timid here again. It's always, at the very most, two-man attacks. It might work for Robin here, but I will cycle back around in it as we cross over our first minute of OT. Ike's trying to go by himself here. Cubics didn't really have much of an angle there, but Big Pig, again, it does seem to be working, this, just leaving one man really deep, because it's limiting the other team's attacking options and buys time for the other two to rotate in, as we saw from that double commit, but it's really making the offense suffer, and it feels like it might be a while before we see a winner from this game number one. Are you kidding?
Well
There's
done,
no
Mike.
way.
Thank you for doing that. You know, I was like just thinking, yeah, come on, give us a goal. You've cast it into existence. Very well done. And B-Shake in the back room, of course, will also be thankful that you've cast it into existence, because you did it just to shrine we're on offense.
Yeah, they ticked game number one right. I mean, I don't think I get caster that much, really, overall. But
That was
that was
spectacularly
a
well
quite
done.
clear example of it, yeah. And it was Ike that got it in the end, centered for him, I believe, from Big Pig, the Portuguese man. But they'll be very, very happy with that, considering. I mean, hopefully it wasn't too off in the way that it was going, and it was very back and forth, and even despite the fact that Shrine in the end came out on top of shots 10-4, I think it was much more back and forth than the stats suggest, and I think it's really, really positive for them that they were able to see that one over the line and deny overrule their first game win of the night.
Yeah, they would have been frustrated had they lost after firing 10 shots off, but again, it really could have gone either way, both teams feeling each other out. And if you remember the Shrine equalizer, of course, that goal came out of nowhere. It was just an opportunistic play from Sir Cubics, who found a long clear downfield. And I think Andre might be taking a couple minutes to fix those ping issues, and we wouldn't have it any other way here. We want to see all of these players playing at their absolute best on the big stage.
Yeah, and you really saw Overrule stepping it up, because I think that there's a point there about the equalizing goal. That was probably the only overcommit we saw from the whole game, and in the end they get undone by the team play off of the sidewall and into the middle. But yeah, they looked very solid in defense. Both teams did. They're both ready to stick it in here and defend, and I think I've seen it from both of them before. You know, they can at times be defensive-minded teams, but that maybe leaves the door open for one of these teams to really step it up on offense and just try and grind out the pressure. And if that happens, there's a chance for it to really, really double down on one side and just lead all of the momentum into their favor. But obviously, that comes with the risks, and that's what both teams are afraid of at the moment.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that if you take games to coin tosses, sometimes you can win a couple in a row. They've got the first one, and if we have another game of the same nature, it could just as easily go in Shrine's direction. And if it does, then they'll find themselves with 3 match points, and we won't have to wait long. The players are back, the internet is fixed. I'm seeing a lovely wall of green pings, and let's get some lovely Rocket League underway. We line up for the first kickoff. Borsfeld wins out hard, but Big Pig is back. It's actually an awkward touch. Andre tries to catch it. He's done so, but challenged by 2 players and couldn't get it past both of them.
Overall, now 0-4 today in the playoffs, and desperately searching their first game win, especially in this series where they still have time, and they will grab the opener just like that. 20 seconds in, Robin arrives at the post after Borsville centered it for him and directed it night. That's actually a huge Cubics miss. I did not see that the first time, and you can see the mistakes are instantly capitalized on.
It's a Control-C, Control-V from game 1 as well. Robin opens the scoring with a very early goal, but that didn't happen last game, and this is a huge difference maker. Robin off the kickoff doubles their lead, and this puts them in a brilliant position. Of course, last time they were able to hold on to that 1-goal lead for a while, but then were overturned and fell 2-1. So if they can keep Shrine to only 1 goal within the 5-minute period, like they were able to last game, then the series will be level.
It's going to be even easier for them now when they figured out that sitting deep does work for sustained periods of time. Shrine were really struggling to break down that last player, and with enough time at least that the other two hadn't rotated in by the time that they did. So they've got a lot to work on here, Shrine. They've got a lot of time to do it in as well, so there's that going against Overall, but they're the team that's willing to sit in for long stretches of time, and you can already see it start to happen. Andre's quicker to the ball than as opposing player, and Ike in the end cannot get the shot on target. I feel like this might be a big park the bus moment for Overall.
Yeah, and I'm worried if that's the approach they take. I'd like to see them continue on the front foot just because there is so long left, but Shrine definitely know there's only one way to get back into this one, and that is on the front foot, and that will be with a really tight angle from Ike. And I want to give shout out to Cubics because he went for the bumps there. He didn't land them, but he disrupted the defense. He put them a little bit awkward and out of position, and then Ike capitalizes on that perfectly.
Yeah, really solid angle. Not every day you see those scored at challenger level, but Wales brings out the best in people, and Ike, in his mind, was never missing that ball. Brings one back for Shrine, and Overall, obviously now, considering how quickly they have conceded, will be much more scared to sit so deep, and they might be instantly conceding another. Sir Cubics will slot it home, and all of a sudden it is 2-all.
Yeah, for the second time in this series, they have been pulled back level by Shrine. The momentum shifts once again, and it's an alarm bell situation for Overall. Robin has scored all three of their goals. Can either of his two teammates get on the board? Borsfeld looking to do so here and now. Andre applying the pressure, gets one on the demo, but Robin sitting deep. The last thing they want to do after conceding two quick in a row is concede a third, but they will try and transition back again. This game is extremely end-to-end. Cubics, that time the one with a chance, but the defense held out strong, and a quick counter-attack with a great pinch from Borsfeld, but once again, the quick counter looked promising, but was thwarted.
I am noticing that this Borsville player hasn't scored yet today. Well, maybe not. I don't know today. I don't know the stats of the first series, but in this series he hasn't scored. And you're looking at Robin. He had 49 goals in league play. Borsville at 58. So Borsville more naturally set as that first player. And if he's not scoring, if they're relying fully on Robin to provide that aspect of the game for them, then it might be struggling. Andres nearly the one getting on the board there with his long shot, but yeah, really need to see Borsville be that little bit more aggressive. We've seen him succeed so many times in league play with it. Maybe Shriner doing well to shut him down so far, but he's got plenty left in his tank. And if they ought to take this one, I think they need to open up another aspect of their offense than just robbing, is the point.
Yeah, it's easier said than done though. Just happens that the opportunities have been falling to them haven't been easiest ones to take. They haven't been struggling to get the shots off the team split 5-4 in that department. It has just been the finishing touches and the quality of opportunity that has not led them to the full handful of goals they maybe could have gotten. And Big Pig on the back line this time. What can he do with it? He looks to catch this, take it down, but it's a heavy touch. Borsfeld deals with it. He's going to take maybe an air dribble of his own, fakes it out, goes for a flick over Sir Cubics, and Ike gets the touch. It floats out middle. Robin, their big man, scoring all the goals this time, can only crack the crossbar.
Borsville had a really good bump forward to set it up as well, but Robin couldn't contort their car. Now they're having to contort the near post. It actually comes off of the post, and their graces are saved, but that was a huge moment for Shrine. Now back the other way. Can Robin get the touch? He can, but cannot direct it on target. Was, of course, a very difficult angle, but it's definitely still a half chance, and they could have taken it, and now they're pushed backwards. Andre will go back the other direction immediately, though. Picks it up, has another. She looks good. Ike will shut it down, push it back towards Robin, who'll pick it up. Good rotation coming out for Overall now, but Cubics will instantly shut that down and bring it back. Borsville now back in possession. It's such an open game. These two teams really going back and forth, and neither of them really dominating as such as we really saw Cerebrus do in that first series. Andre will try again, but can only find Big Pig. Now we're back in the midfield. Who's first there? It's Cubics. He picks it up, has space on the left-hand side, but Robin shuts it down, and it's great ambition that we've seen pretty much the whole series long. The first and second players willing to shut down that attack, and it might work for Andre here. That one's on target. Cubics will get there first, though, and I think we might be going to a second consecutive overtime.
Yeah, and it's another coin flip game. Robbie, no, he settles it possibly. 11 seconds to go. Now almost certainly in Overall's favour if they can survive a kickoff. And he places that shot perfectly. Big Pig gets a touch on it, which just shows that if it was anywhere other than the precise corner, it wouldn't have been enough. But their top scorer of the day, man of the hour, steps up again. They just need to weather this storm. Big Pig, the first shot. Ike pops it middle, but Robbie is there. He might even collect a fourth. The 0-second bounce will cruelly deprive him, but you know what? I'm sure he won't mind that at all. His hat trick makes all the difference, and in our second coin flip game, because it really was exactly that. Overall are the ones that take it this time, and I think quite fairly, we sit level in the series.
Yeah, absolutely, and it wasn't as if... I mean, they're both coin flip games. They're both very close, but both games, the team with more shots has won. This time Overall outshoot 10-5, so they do one worse than Shrine did last time. But you can see how that amount of offense, that amount of pressure going your way, going for you, that really does a lot for you and really gives you confidence and settle those nerves in those moments, like on that 11-second mark where Robin sees that he has the chance to shoot near corner and he goes for it, he hits it, and it's the goal that wins it for him. So he's in great form. 3 goals in 5 shots is excellent to take away from game 2. And once again, the pendulum swings going into game 3.
Yeah, I mean, really, we just have to stop and credit for a moment the mental for Overall. We have to consider, as you said before, they'd lost 4 consecutive games today, the sweep and then game 1. They go 2 goals up. They concede 2 in quick succession in the first minute and a half. I was convinced that they were gone at that point. I was expecting them to fall down and get swept, but they immediately stabilized, held on even for a nice prolonged period of time, and when the opportunity came, they found the corner and they found the game. This could be their first spark of life for the day. We shall have to see how they act now they've got a platform to build on.
They've stood back up remarkably here, and they're taking it in their stride. They're trying to start off game number 3 on top, and they don't have a shot yet for it. They're really putting Shrine under a lot of pressure. Big Pig with another awkward touch. Andre will choose for the pass instead of the immediate shot, and although it might not have worked again, they keep a hold of the possession. Borsville's on this one. That one was almost a chance as Big Pig didn't look like he had it covered, but now double commit from Robin and Andre. That might allow trying a little bit more space, although they just gift it straight back. Borsville's now got loads of space, has it rolling towards the net, but Ike gets there first, and again, Shrine will survive a little bit longer, but they've got much more work to do in this play. They're still under fire.
They are indeed. It has been a barrage of pressure. Somehow they haven't got any shots off. Maybe they need to consider being more direct because they've peppered the backboard, they've peppered the corners, and they haven't made the defenders work yet.
Very interesting whiff will give Cubics a chance, and it will be Shrine taking the lead much to dismay, much to Overall's early game pressure. It's going the other direction as no one could get there, and that demo plays a big part in it as well from Sir Cubics. It's a team play in the end, and I don't know if it's a deserved opener, but it's an opener nonetheless. They won't really mind too much.
Yeah, well, that's the consequence. If you have sustained pressure and you don't do anything with it, then when you go down the other end, you are just as susceptible. You don't get pity points for having lots of possession, and Sir Cubic certainly was taking no mercy with that big put down demo, and then the big flick now to double it. The flick itself doesn't quite get over the line, but it did all of the work, leaving Big Pig to just get the tiniest touch to finish it.
Yeah, you see the aggressiveness there from Shrine. Even if it didn't go in first time, he was always waiting for that ball ready to pounce Big Pig, and he got his moment, got up for it to make sure that it was buried, and no rural player had time to regain on the defense. So again, well, I mean not again, this time it's going the other direction. Overall are the ones having to make the comeback, but it'll have to only be 2 goals because somehow that one's come off of the post and out from Sir Cubics. That looked like a certain goal, but couldn't get it over the line. We'll try again on this one to get a center, but Andre's there quickest. No one was back post there for Overall. A little bit concerning, and in the end it allows Big Pig to have space. Well, this one open up, I can't see because of the demo, but will not result in a chance. It'll actually go straight back the other way. Andre got something behind that ball, but not enough. Was pretty tame for Cubics to deal with, and again, when on the defense, Shrine, they're maybe a bit awkward at times, but they're always doing what's required of them, and overall just cannot find their breakthrough, even with their first shot not on the board.
Look, I don't know where this violence has come from, but I'm all here for it. Plenty of demos coming out for Shrine, and they're all on the offensive end. They are looking for them on offense, and it's a great thing to do to a defense because not only does it help you in that play, but when you start to demo them a few times, they start to get scared. They're always going to be looking behind themselves, playing paranoid because they know that one of your players might be there hunting them, and at the moment there's a good chance that they will be. Robin misses, he maybe gets faked out by Cubics. Everyone goes up, and Crossbar is the one who collects the ball in the end. A big clear boomed out, and overall takes some time to try and breathe, but they're 2 goals down, so they can't breathe for too long. They need to get their own offense going. Robin looking to start it. Their man of the day, scoring all of their goals this time, trying to get an assist, popping another ball back middle. A miss comes out, and Andre at the back post, I don't think he was expecting the defender to miss it because he was just starting to turn away as the chance opened up, and had to watch it sail past. And they might have to watch Cubic sail over their heads now with the ball as Horsfeld on the back post covers it well, getting up high to it, but that is more time off the clock. 80 seconds now, 2 goals. What can they do? Robin, another pinch across middle, but there's no player diving for it. That won't trouble Shrine this time.
It does now feel like overall they're trying to rush their offense. They're not taking enough time to breathe. There have been moments where trying to give them little moments, but overall not making full use of them. And in the end, a couple of whiffs coming out, a couple of missed pushes where they're just directing it towards a Shrine player where the 50 is never going to go their way. So they've got to slow it down. They've got to realize that yes, they don't have much time, but even with that, you've got to stay aware of what's going on around you. You've got to know what it is to break down, and maybe this is the moment. Robin into the middle somehow. Big Pig's got there to deny Andre. That one's our target from Boersville though, and they have the deficit with just 36 seconds left to play.
Yeah, and it's a prime time to do so because they've left enough time on the clock that they don't have to rush this too much. They can keep playing their game, and there is enough time to get a couple of phases of play to come through, unless they can maybe get penned back onto their own defense by Shrine. But that big kickoff means that that's certainly not going to happen. The ball floating around the middle. Andre can't get a meaningful shot off, but he can keep the danger on. Robin, the one coming in next to pile on the pressure. It is still not clear. Floating in the corner. Andre popping at middle. They've launched themselves forward at it now. They really are throwing themselves at the ball. But that good clear. He's able to pop it over the man diving in. We are down to 3 seconds. It floats up high as we reach 0. Robin, a difficult position to try and catch this and keep this up. What can they do with it? First touch is good, but the wall deceives them. It looked like the corner was going to be kind and put it up, but the last minute they chose no. The corner drops it down. Shrine take the game. They move to match point.
And it's another massive blow to Overrule's mental. Shrine looked petrified in that last 30 seconds, the last 6 seconds to get it to Overrule's half, but Shrine were double committing left, right, and center in that last flurry of Overrule pressure, and still they somehow hung on. They somehow found their way around the defense enough to deny Overrule, and they come away with the game through victory. 2 match points now up for them in games 4 and potential game 5, but I mean, overall, it's so brutal for them to take because I really thought they'd done enough there. I really thought they'd found their weave, they found their groove in that last few moments, but they hadn't, and they go into game 4 knowing that they only have one more life in this playoff bracket.
Yes, that is indeed the case, but to be honest, both of these teams look better when they're behind. As soon as they take a lead, they start to look shaky. So maybe being behind in this series is going to help overall here. I don't know. I feel like I'm really sipping the copium juice hard for that one. But when they're behind and they're having to chase the game, they look good. The other team looks scared, and scared is not what you want to be if you're moving on to match point. If those nerves start to show early out the gates here, they will be punished for it. We've seen that already.
Felix was searching for the double there. I don't think he ever had enough boost for it, but Robin made sure it'll get clear. Ike finds his way over Borsville in the right corner. Andre will try again, but only finds Big Pig. And now Robin's chance to shine, but Ike will demo him out and then get the clearance as well, but only finds Borsville. It's a lack of consecutive touches at the moment. This one almost comes off for Cubics to receive the pass, but is 50'd out of it, and now Robin will pick up this clearance to the left. It's mayhem at the moment. Neither team is really getting a grip in game 4 at the moment. We've only seen the one shot from Cubics, but really looking very likely to go in, and Borsville will deny this opportunity as well.
It is slightly mayhem at the back. It looks frantic, but what I do like from overall is that they're not rushing their clears. There were 2 players who left it because they knew that their touch wasn't going to be good and they could just wait, and having that ability to under pressure know that there isn't an attacking player nearby when you're in your own third is clutch. But you can know all you want about how to defend well, it isn't going to help you there. Ike, lovely catch, one bounce off the wall. Andre trying to get up to it, but Ike is really fast and puts that into the roof of the net at lightning speed.
Yeah, the pace is set really, really high by Ike on that play, and as you say, that catch is just delectable. He's always chasing onto that follow-up and directing it to that top corner. It's such a hard ball for Andre to challenge. It's so awkward to try and push out there. You don't know if your teammate's going to be covering your front post if you just dive, so you try to stay there, and in the end, the reaction times are just impossible to jump up for it when the shot eventually does come through. But this is a demo. Surely Andre will sink it, and he will. They level this time after failing to do so, but after going behind in game 3, they do it this time, and plenty of time to spare. Ike was demoed out immediately by Borsville. Really, really good vision to open it up for Andre.
Yeah, they've been taking notes on what Shrine were doing to them. I think last game, flurry of demos came out from Shrine offensively. That one, well-worked textbook demo goal. I love how he took the finish so slowly and safely as well. He knew with the net open, zero risk of crossbarring that if he just wheel hits it in and gets the job done. But the job is far from done for the overall side in reality, because at 1-1, 3 minutes to go, still a long game left, and even if they win this, a game 5 still awaits them. But Borsville looking to get things started. A lovely pass middle. Andre with the 50. The danger is still on. He nearly fakes out Ike with the shot, but the patience is there. The next demo comes in again from them. The ball briefly escapes the Shrine half. And Boss will do anything with it. He can't actually. He was very awkward and backwards, and this gives Shrine a chance to create an attack of their own. What can Big Pig do from here? Tries to drop it down middle, but his teammates did not fancy risking that when they're match point up and equal in the game.
What happened last time game stayed equal until the final few moments, so Shrine will be looking to score and make sure it doesn't get to that desperation time, and where Overall looked quite capable of scoring, but at the moment it's still very open. We're 4-3 in favour of Overrule for shots, so they're on top of that aspect, but only just, and you can really see again how open this series is. It's not changed at all, and the coin flip aspect I think is very much still with us if we go back and forth again. That one might just be it for Borsville. Circuit will get there, and Andre is not denied by Ike. Overall with 2 huge chances to take the lead in game 4, but neither of them find their way into the back of the net, and now Shrine will retake possession and the pressure.
Yeah, and so far, as you were saying, with the coin flip, it feels like we deserve a game 5, but, you know, if the Shrine players can provide a moment of magic here to steal this game, you have to just tip your hat to them and say, fair enough, well done, to deny it, but we seem to be slowly inching towards it. Overall, the ones with the slight edge of the chances, I think, here. Another ball floating middle, and they're doing well to keep those offenses going. Robin dunked out this time, though. As I say that, they do have an attack breakdown, but another chance to regain. Borsville takes that one off of Robin, tries to make something happen. He finds the opposing corner. Ike is the one in the corner with a difficult spot, and you can see they're struggling to get the big clears out, and scraping it off their line is great, but it's not a habit they want to get into.
It was very impressive from Big Pig to get there, though. It looked like it was going to find its way through to the back of the net, but Big Pig was there to deny. Gets his first save for game number 4, and that's now 5 in total for Shrine. They've had to be very alert to keep this one level heading into the final seconds. And at the moment they have the pressure, although Big Pig's now by himself at the back so well. under pressure to get there, and almost actually had the pass to Ike if he'd been a little bit more composed, maybe had a little bit more boost to do anything with it. Now Andre's just thrown it away to Cubics. Shouldn't really do anything with that play. And now Shrine have got all of the power on this play, but Ike can only find Robin with it. Is anyone going to win in regulation? Yes, they are, surely! Big pick for the series!
Yeah, and we saw it down the other end a couple games ago. Robin, 11 seconds to go, clutching up, and the same fate happens against them here now. We cannot call it yet. 6 seconds to go. This kickoff means everything. Andre ties it evenly, so Cubics gets the dribble with it. 50's out Borsfix. That drops the clock to 0. Ike trying to be smart with this one, and he is. He sends the defenders high, drops it down, claims the series in 4.
Overrule have been first rounded in the playoffs. They came in as the second seed, but it will not matter. Shrine are the ones advancing after their play-in run, and it wasn't easy at the best of times, and it was very, very close at the worst of times, and Overrule can feel aggrieved, but they didn't do enough. Shrine found their 6-second winner, and they will go on into this lower bracket semi-final, where they will face up again the winner of Glacier versus Masai. If my playoff bracket will load, I doubt we see another sweep there. Do you know what? I'm not sure. Can my bracket load? My laptop is so slow, John. We'll just have to do more filler.
Yeah. My bracket is also not loading, so it's a mystery for you. Maybe it's been enjoying the B stream as well. They may be able to let us know. It is Masai you come through.
They're 2-1 up.
Okay.
At the moment, it looks like
that would be an interesting one if Masai can do it, because that would mean that both of the play-in teams come through and knock out the lower bracket teams, which again just illustrates what we were saying earlier about that momentum thing. And I don't think it played all the difference here, because overall they really didn't look too bad. It's just when it came down to it, Shrine had all of the ice, demonstrated as much by anything else as when Ike on that 0 seconds chose to just fake it on the wall and drop it down. That is great composure for someone knowing that that is a match point that they need to drop.
Yeah, and you're kind of willing as a caster for them to keep it up. But I mean, obviously it's the right play from Ike. If he lets that one go high, then get the big booming clear. But it was that game awareness in the end, and game awareness on defense as well. They were very prepared to defend Shrine in that game. We touched on it. Overall looked like the chances were heading in their favor, and that they were the ones that were building positively. But Shrine, they found the saves that they need. Big Pig had a couple. I mean, all of them had clutch moments in the back of the pitch, and those are the moments that give you those moments at the other end as a reward on 6 seconds, and they'll be very, very pleased with their performance, because they did show off a lot of aspects of their gameplay. And I don't think Masai will be the most confident. I mean, if it is Masai that they face in that lower semi-final, because Shrine, they definitely have their positives from that series.
Yeah, I believe it still does hang in the balance, because Glacier, who of course we saw get thoroughly destroyed by Cerebrus, frankly, they had glimmers of hope at the end, but they were well outplayed. They have taken Masai to 5, so that game appears to be swinging right in the balance, and you feel that it might not affect them too much then, but whichever team wins that game 5, they aren't going to be exhausted yet going into the Shrine game. But if they win it and have to make that lower bracket run, not being able to get these games done quickly could hit them really hard with fatigue later on.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, maybe you feel it's a little bit more positive when you're Glacier and you're thing from that game match point, which Overrule have just failed to do. They couldn't get it to game 5, so you bring that momentum from the series itself through to the next one. But I mean, you always want to sweep. You always want to have minimal mistakes as possible. But I believe that will do us for now on the mainstream. Make sure you do go check out that game 5 on the B stream. But Jonna, thank you for joining me. I think this is the end of the run for you. How have you enjoyed your Challenger playoffs?
Yeah, absolutely.
After your gallivants on the mainstream, you're back here with us at RSC.
It's been an absolute pleasure. We got the drama that I was asking for. I wanted the content, and we got overtimes. We got 11-second late winners. We got 6-second late winners. We got chaos as well. And what more could you ask for? It's been great to be here. There are plenty more games going on tonight, to my understanding, so absolutely stick around from those. But that's all for me, and we'll go to a short break.
Seeing monsters out your window. No, you can't sleep, you pretend though. You don't have to play the hero. 'Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream, until our last breath, every heartbeat. You know I'll come running. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarm and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, yeah, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army. When your nightmares turn to real life and the ground's filled up with landmines, we will face it standing side by side. You know I'll come running when you need. I'm coming. You know I'll come running. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarm and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, yeah, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army. If you go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarms and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army. I heard you been feeling lonely, but you don't ever call me. It's pathetic. Oh, I almost gave you my devotions. You were playing my emotions just to get it. Oh, but the truth's so loud. No more secrets now. I'm on overload, ready to explode. Time to call you out, 'cause you messed around. Don't need you no more. No. Cause boy, I never lonely, but you don't ever call me pathetic. Oh, I almost gave you my devotions. You were playing my emotions just to get it. Oh, but the truth's so loud, no more secrets now. I'm on overload, ready to explode. Time to call you out, 'cause you messed around. Don't need you no more, no.
everybody, it's your boy Hops back on the microphone here for these playoffs. I've only just recovered from last night's incredible prospect games, but you've seen a hell of a lot of the action so far. We're on to the upper final to decide our first grand finalist who will make it through to the Challenger Grand Final. Obviously, you've been hosted by the gorgeous man himself, Mr. Bomb Manitan. You've been here throughout the whole playoff so far. I mean, talk me through Cerebus Pyromancers. They've got here off merit off the back of their back alone.
Well, I think you can definitely say Cerebus got here off of merit. They firmly dismantled Glacier in their 3-0 sweep in that upper round one, and they're really living up to their first seed titling so far. They dominated their conference, they dominated their first match, and I don't think it's really very different for Pyromancers. Obviously, I wasn't able to watch one because it was on the B stream while I was casting the mainstream, but they also had a 3-0 sweep over Overrule, and Overrule did not look bad in their match against Shrine, so they're both on great form on the day. It's just, who can keep that up longer?
I mean, who has the ice in the veins? We did, unfortunately, see Alter falter last night, not claiming the ice exactly like Exelon did, but hopefully one of these teams will have the ice to keep it up and keep pushing forward. I do apologize to B-Shake, he's man in the helm, much love to him. But anyway, regardless, this is how the bracket has panned out so far. As you can see, the 2-3-0 sweeps at the top end of the bracket, leading Cerebus and Pyromancers facing off here. In the bottom half of things, Masai and Overall both are being knocked out, it's respectively by Glacier and Shrine, who are now meeting in the lower semis. And guys, if you want to catch that, that will be down over in the B stream. So make sure you do go in and tune into that as well if you are interested to see who is going to face at least one of these teams who's going to be on stream right up next. But, focusing our attention onto Cerebus and Pyromancers, a lot of high-profile names, you have to say, within the Challenger League.
There always is between these teams, and I mean, even if they are both playing with sub as such, I mean, for Cerebus, I think they're a little bit more used to it because Wills was getting a lot of game time anyway. But there's Wills is still an incredible player. Crafty Mouse is still an incredible player. In his first season in Prospect, I think last season, he really impressed on Bing. I think he was playing for, and he made the playoffs and got into that lower bracket and got first rounded. But he's already gone one step further here with the Pyromancers as that sub, and it's really impressive to see both teams adapting so well.
It really is, and obviously Small Panda being a very a beloved favourite within the RSC, but you have to say also, on the other side of things, King Kaiser, he has had an absolutely outstanding season so far, putting on a lot of highlights. I think he was even nominated for Clip of the Week at one stage as well, so definitely both these sides having a lot of credit behind them. We are going to get the players into their respective teams and get this game underway, and whilst we do so, Monk, I'm going to toss the ball over into your corner. Predictions here. How is this scoreline going to fan out?
I'm gonna go Cerebus as well. I saw them in the first round, and I saw how well they did in league play, and I just think they're a little bit more used to their sub. I'm gonna go 3-1 for Cerebus.
I'm going to flip the script, and I think it'll go game 5, 3-2 to Pyro. So, you know what? All I'm saying is I was correct last night about the grand final. That's what I'm saying. But anyway, we continue. The match is underway. The upper final between Pyromancers and Cerebus is being kicked off. Cerebus in the blue, Pyromancers in the red. It's an all these players pretty much all-star caliber, you have to be saying it. Small Panda trying to force the issue early on, but Wills, the sub, coming in with a nice clearance. King Casey, not with the best of touches, going to set up Druvo for the shot. Crafty Mouse with a great save, putting it off the upright. Two of these teammates, though, in the nets just momentarily, so they are going to be on the back foot for just a second. Wills once again trying to keep the attack alive, but King KZ is going to win that 50-50. Looking to go again, but Patroid going to beat him out to the ball as he bounces off that corner. Not going to be successful as Crafty Mouse is a little bit too crafty for him, and eventually finds the clearance. It's now the ball bouncing perilously in the Cerebus half. Fortunately for them, Druvo was able to find the clearance. Patroid going to get them onto King KZ, opening up space for Wills. A good pass over to Druvo, but an even better save from the smallest of Pandas.
In their first series for Cerebus, Eldrover opened the scoring within 7 seconds. He almost opened the scoring again here. It might have been a bit slower, but in the end it'll have to be pushed back even further as Pyromancers do hold on to this 0-0 scoreline at the moment. And you know, I think they are holding on more, so Cerebus have had slightly more of the chances and looked a little bit more dangerous, even if it has been very equal. That was almost the chance for Eldrover off of the 50 with Crafty and Marksman. Going back the other way, King Casey is there. You know, you can never take your eye off the ball hops because there's always just a chance right around the corner.
It really is, and you know, last night was anything to go by. We are in for a wild ride. That's a fantastic demo onto King Casey on the back line. It's going to open up a lot of space for Patroid to do a bit of an air stuff coming out from him. Great car control. Just parks himself with that ball, takes it over King Casey, and Crafty Mouse, mate, stick to your arts and crafts in that net, because that ball is going to put the first goal in the side for Cerebrus. What a great start from them.
He gets so many touches on that ball. That is impeccable from Patroid. So difficult to read what he's going to do on that Pyromancer's defense, and you know, you can definitely see it because none of them could get there, and they run or die in the first 2 minutes.
It is absolutely ridiculous. And I don't know if it's just, you know, me for your mic right now, Barman, but I don't know. It is definitely something else. But regardless, it was an incredible goal, and it looks like potential second one going in. Great save from Crafty this time, able to keep that ball out. Almost gets the dribble around Patroid, but able to recover just at the nick of time. Small Panda trying to dribble it across the field, finds a team pinch as well. But Patroid going to be there, sends it right into the opposite corner. Great pinch, looking for Druvo. But again, not in the right place at the right time, but still Cerebrus with that 1-goal lead.
Casey will try and clear Patroid, sends it straight back towards him. Panda has work to do, but will beat Patroid. Wales is actually beaten as well, but now Patroid will bump Panda on the way back. Oh, King Casey's missed this one. Eldrivo was off the post!
Oh, Druvo, you cannot miss chances like that, but the whiffs on defense from Pyromancer is causing, you know, squeaky bum time, as I like to say. Druvo looking to find an aerial of his own, but leaves it for Wills, and this side of Cerebrus, the chemistry is off the charts.
So well communicated here. Eldrivo looks like he's going to go himself, but just drops it off a little bit for Wills. No one from Pyromancer is ready to get back across and make sure that that wasn't going in the back of the net. It's 2, and they've only got 2 minutes to find their way back into the opening game.
Only 2 more minutes. We'll have to see how it all pans out. Still plenty of time, you have to say it, but with the way that Cerebrus are playing, very few opportunities coming out from Pyromancers. In fact, only 1 shot from them. Compared to the 8 coming out from Cerebrus. A real dominating first performance from them as Patroid looking for the double tap. It is taken away by Small Panda. A great attempt from him indeed. Druvo this time, plenty of boost to get back to the ball. Is actually going to force the dunk onto King Keze, who does eventually play it down the field, but they are still behind. And with the the lackluster amount of attempts that they've been finding, it really is looking dire for them.
Only 1 shot on the board for them, and that is not enough against this Cerebrus side that is so shedding defense anyway, even if you are getting more offense on the board. So Pyromancer's going to have to find their switch. They're going to have to find their trick in this last minute of game 1, because otherwise they might be well on their way to defeat in this upper bracket. Small Panda has a chance. No, Druvo's not there. That one will creep its way back in, and the Pyromancers have 50 seconds left to play.
Oh, it's, you know, first mistake coming out from the Cerebrus side. A bit of a double commit on that ball for allowing Small Panda to have that shot fired away, but it's given them a foot in the door for a potential overtime, but they're going to have to play it pretty flawlessly against the Cerebrus side, who are really storming forward at this moment in time. It's a great win by King Keze. Patroid's going to be last back, but we've seen how good he is. Great, and not the best of touches. You have it's been a no man's land. Does get it around 1, and Kraft going to decide to leave that for his teammate King Keze. Tried to find Small Panda off the bat, but it goes once again. Unfortunately, Crafty not on the right place, the right time to find the follow-up, and subsequently a link-up play is going to come out. A great dunk coming out from Wills. He is no star, but he is a starter.
He doesn't need any link-up, just goes by himself, sees what King Keze is trying to do with the defense, and just denies it flat out, gets their 3rd goal, and they look very ready and set to take game number 1 under their reins.
They really do. It's going to be, you know, close to a miracle, I'd have to say, for Pyromancers to bring this back with the way that Cerebrus are playing. And with the clock counting down now, this game 1 looking well and truly in the favor of Cerebrus. They will go up 1-0 in the series as Del Druvo trying to do something ridiculous. Isn't able to complete it, but regardless, a 2-1 for 3-1 win over Pyromancers is definitely the trajectory you want to set for yourself in this winner final.
Even more so when both of these teams have just come off of that sweep. I mean, they had the hour break, so hopefully they've been able to keep warm after their lightning quick start to the day, but Pyromancers, that's their first loss on the board, and it's going to be very, very tough for them to not let that defeat get to them. You know, you've got to keep focused on the positives. They certainly weren't, you know, dominated in this game when they had their chances, even if they were a bit few and far between. You know, they were in it for the most part, and it only goes to a 2-goal lead at the very end after they threatened to find their equalizer. So Pyromancers, still plenty of hope left for them in the series, but have to keep the mental calm and collected.
Yeah, definitely. They're going to have to whip out something special here. Is what they were doing really provided absolutely no outcome. Didn't bear any fruit whatsoever. So, you know, very much in the Pyromancers' court. What are they going to bring to the table in this game number 2? We'll have to wait and see, but it's got to be something. Otherwise, Cerebrus looking in prime position to once again dominate this second game. We are going to dive straight into it in the lovely, you know, one of my favorite maps, one of my favorite fields. A beautiful location, but regardless of the scenery, how is this actually going to pay out? Almost the first attempt coming out early, not going to transpire into anything, unfortunately, for the side of Pyromancers, but they've given themselves the first early shot, and that can be an element of confidence as well, but they have to make sure they don't concede first. As soon as they do so, Cerebrus will be hungry for blood.
Yeah, it's never easy though. You know, you're talking about Cerebrus as that offensive powerhouse. Even on defense, they look so solid, and when Pyromancers look like they're having a chance, Cerebrus are so ready to just dive at the ball and deny them chances, and now they will be the ones to open it up. They smell the blood in the water, and they're just going to keep on rocking towards this potential 3-0 sweep.
I'd say less of a walk, more of a march here, as they're really stepping on everybody's toes. They're being rewarded with those goals. Brilliant start from them. And Pyromancers, as I said, yet to really show anything kind of glorious or needed. However, Small Panda has an opportunity here for the double tap. Not going to be able to finish it, but King Keze deciding to leave that. I think he was trying to go for the fake, but unfortunately, he almost faked himself out. So, potential, you know, idea of, you know, almost overthinking what Pyromancers need to do, and subsequently, Cerebrus are just punishing them.
Small Panda's up for this one. It's a good pass, but thinking on the base, it might be a chance anyway. King Casey's heads off the post, and Eldruvo finds the touch away. You feel like that had to be one of those moments where Pyromancers somehow bundled the ball into the back of the net, because they haven't had many chances so far this series, and Cerebrus are really going to crack down on the defense whenever possible.
They really are. They found 2 shots this game so far, more than they had in the whole of that previous game number 1. How is Small Panda doing? Small Panda things, a great finish from him. He was the first goal scorer for Pyromancers in game number 1. He's going to be opening up their checkbook of goals in this game number 2 as well. It's a great finish, but really, it's been him stepping it up above and beyond. King Keze and Crafty Mouse yet to break 50 points. I think combined, I mean, Crafty Mouse still on 18, King Keze only just getting to 40 points. This is unacceptable. They have to be more involved.
That was almost another leading goal for Petroid and Cerebrus, and then Wells had to follow up as well. Pyromancers survive that time, but they definitely do not look the team that's more likely to score at the moment. As they're fairly on the defense, throws Rovers down, a double commit from Casey and Smart Panda actually will lead to the counter, but neither of them have much space to work with, and Panda actually gets them without. Wills almost gives it back to Pyromancers, but is confident coming off of his back wall and opens up the chance for Eldrover, but King Casey will cut it out. That's more of what we want to see from Pyromancers. Early challenges and shut down Cerebrus before they can mount their famous offense.
Yeah, and you definitely don't want to have whiffs like that, though, coming out from Crafty Mouse. King Casey and Crafty both commit to that. It's a great pass coming out from Wills. You saw Patroid flying in, but Crafty, a little bit of space to work with here. Can he do anything? No, he can't, as Patroid's going to decide to challenge early. Goes again off the side wall, not going to be able to complete that, and now King Casey has an opportunity to push pressure onto Druvo, who's last player back, and Druvo does absolutely excellently to beat our 2 players. His 0 boost and almost sets himself up with a goal as a demo coming out from Kingsley onto Will is going to slow that attacker down. And now Will, Small Panda off the backboard, looking for a teammate. Can't find him as Kingsley forcing to rush back here as a long clearance comes out. But everything that Pyromantis tries to send towards Cerebus, Cerebus have an answer in defense every time.
Thing is, though, Pyromantis are also holding on in their own sense of defense as Cerebus, for a rare moment in this challenger tier, seem unable to find their next breakthrough and are stuck at this 1-0 scoreline. They've got double the shots of Pyromantis, but Pyromantis on that same foot are still looking able to deal with what they have, and they're putting shots on target. That was another chance for Small Panda. This time Patroid got there. That's actually Cerebus' first save of this game, but it's back and forth, and Pyromantis do have the chances. I also feel like Cerebus are more likely the ones to just storm it and somehow find their way through, but it's not happening for them at the moment. They've got 90 seconds in regulation, and I do feel like they're still the favourites, and Pyromantis have a lot more work to do in game number 2.
100%, I cannot agree with you more. However, the shots looking a little bit more even this time. 6-5. It's still in favour of Cerebus, but a far better job from the side of Pyromantis. Could be dangerous here for Cerebus. Means Crafty Mouse trying to leave that for King Kze. Patroid just sends it down the field. Will's almost getting an unbelievable touch, but doesn't transport. Small Panda, he's been the danger man, trying to force something. The ball is going to float across the goal. A great shot, but an even better save this time from Patroid, who in return is going to send it right back down the other end of the field, looking for a teammate to come across for the shot. It is there, but Drubo, he can't slot it. Can Wills? No, he can't either, as King Kze takes it away from that third man attempt. It's a great defense coming out, but could this come back to bite them? It was a prime opportunity to slot that in, and yet they are not able to do so, as almost another shot from this time. It was King Kze, goes just a bit wide.
It was a 2v0 at one point there for Cerebus, but they just took slightly too much time, allowed Pyromantis to get set in defense once more, and it definitely feels like that's going to be one of those chances that comes back to bite them. They'll have more chances in these final 20 seconds, though, because Wales got possession in their half. Can't do anything with it there, and Crafty Mouse will force it back out. It looks like we're heading towards another overtime, but there were a few times in that Shrine over the series where we didn't quite get there. Surely not again. Wills is going to be there at the near post, but Crafty Mouse jumps across to Pyromantis' rescue. And we're on 0 seconds. There might be one more chance in as he's kept it up. It's going across in the middle, but it will hit the ground. An OT it will be.
This is close. This is tight. Crafty Mouse definitely stepping it up after I called him out. However, Will's looking dangerous once again. Decides to leave it as it bounces down in front of the net. Drubo, can he do anything with it? No, he can't, as that double tap is just missed. Close moments with Cerebus looking to get this overtime done and dusted quickly, but the side of Pyromantis' defense does hold on just for the moment. Patroid, nice turn, takes it around King Kze. Oh, Small Panda with the whiff. Out of the Crafty Mouse is there, sends it long and hard straight into the bonnet of Eldruva, who was waiting on that backboard. King Kze now towards the backboard once again, tries to find a second touch, unable to do so. Goes into the corner. Will's going to force the 50-50 onto Crafty Mouse. Just leave it for his teammate. Puts it high. Now Small Panda and co looking to pressure their opportunities, and the side of Cerebus having to defend quite hard as a lot of shots are coming forward.
And they looked awkward there, Patroid and Drovo in the corner. They don't always have the same confidence that we've once seen from them, so they're definitely feeling that Pyromancers are a threat in game number 2 here, and you know, they're in the defense once more. Pyromancers are certainly mounting towards it, but again, it'll go back in the midfield. Crafty Mouse actually is gifted to Wills, as Drovo is looking for the redirect. King Kze now kill. It only has Patroid to beat, but takes too much time, and Wills will dive back across.
Yeah. That was a great touch coming out from Patroid. A bit of a clearance shot coming out as well. Dangerous now as Small Panda plays it off the backboard. Teammate is there. Great save from Patroid. Will goes early to prevent the follow-up shot, and that's giving his teammates time to recuperate. Wills does get demoed on the rotation back. King Kze trying to take it slow. A bit dangerous here as he does lose that 50-50 to Patroid. Drubo can't find that shot going off, and Small Panda a bit of space to work with, but we're really coming towards a stalemate. Neither team able to break down the opponent's defense, and subsequently it's becoming very difficult to do anything. But now an opportunity. Small Panda bounces awkwardly and is gonna put that in. A devastating mistake coming out from the Panda.
That could be everything for Pyromancer's chances here. He cannot read the bounce, gets all mixed up at his near post and leaves the goal gaping for Wills to strike true and hard for this second Cerebus win. It's going to be a very, very tough battle back for Pyromancers. They're still obviously in the series at the moment, but they won't be in it for much longer at this rate.
It's a tough one to say the least. I mean, not only is he obviously giving Cerebus a match point, but mentally letting a goal like that in at such a late stage of a mistake such as that really does play on one's mind. They're gonna have to have a full reset here. They were doing so much better than they did in game 1-1, but just let it slip for that short moment, and subsequently they're on the cusp of going down to face one of the lower a team in the lower final. It's not where you want to be whatsoever. Not only that, it's going to linger in your mind. If you get through the lower final, you're going to have to beat these guys 2 more times to win it all. So it is now or never for Pyromancers. They have the opportunity. They've got the skill. We've seen it, during the league play, but it hasn't come to fruition here. They've got it in them. I'm really expecting them to step it up now.
You have to. You look at that moment and you're like, you cannot afford that. You have to cut that out of your system right now, because you only have one more chance in this series. And when you're a former champion like Small Panda and you're a 4-time All-Star, you know what it takes to be at the top of RSC. You know how close it is and how those mistakes can cost you. But he seemingly hasn't learned from his mistake, as he almost lets Cerebus right back in front of net.
Almost an identical scenario as well. Small Panda feeling the nerves this time. Crafty Mouse tries to play it towards the back border. Small Panda this time does set something up, but Patroid with a beautiful read of his own. Gonna take it to the air and kill a hell of a lot of time. Plenty of time for his teammates now to get back and recuperate. A lovely fake coming out of Small. Gets a flick as well. Is it gonna drop in? Yes, it is. Small Panda. He does it all very well and truly, recuperating and making up for his previous mistake. This man just does bits.
The Panda strikes back in this upper final. What a shot in order to get Pyromancers this game 3 lead, just when they needed it most. And although it's still very early in this game, it's a much better sign than we saw from them. Even if it was a step up in game 2, they didn't look confident, but now they have their lead. Maybe they can mount on it further and really cause some real damage to this confident Cerebus side.
Very, very true. Wills does find their clearance. Juvo's been looking for these, these high angle plays, playing deep into the Pyromancer's half. Hasn't played off just yet, but he's not through a lack of trying, you have to say. Small Panda finds the pass towards the center. I think he was expecting Crafty Mouse to be there. Bit of miscommunication as they try to go forward. Wills, though, does take it up the wall. Can't find the pass either. Small Panda now, a bit of an opportunity here. Can he put the second one in? Yes, he can. This man is carrying.
He's just stepped up to the plate by himself. It was a good dunk in the first place, but then to follow it up with such speed and even gets the demo for good measure. Pyromancers are 2 up and Small Panda is really feeling it now.
He's an angry panda, that's what he is. He said, how dare you beat me twice? I'm just going to stomp you to the ground. But it's still 3.5 minutes left on the clock. Plenty of time for Cerebus to do something with it. Now see if they do that. But Small Panda again with a crucial challenge in his defense. Drubo signs that it bounced off his own backboard. A curious decision, but he has bought himself a lot of time. Gets a brilliant duck. Off the backboard it goes. Wills is there. Fires a shot in. And what a play coming out from Drubo to set it up.
Demolishes King Casey on this play. Last time it was Wills getting the dunk on him, and now it's El Drover. He just cannot catch a break in defense, and Wills is there to follow it up. They have one back. They definitely aren't out of game 3 just yet, but Pyromancers, they have looked stronger, they've looked confident, and Small Panda's ready to fight for his redemption after the whiff that caused them the game 2 loss.
100%, but will he burn out? How long can he keep that form up? He has to at least rely on his teammates to some extent, who have been a bit quiet, you have to say, in the grand scheme of things. Neither of them once again crossing 100 points, which is a concern, especially at this stage of the match. So definitely looking for them to set things up. Small Panda gets a nice touch towards the goal. Patroid plays it underneath him nicely as well. Going to try and challenge onto Crafty Mouse. He does get a touch, but it leaves it to Small Panda, who wins the midfield battle. Sets up Kinkeze, but what a save from Druvo to keep that out. Reaction time galore. You have to say it. That's kept his team at that 1-goal deficit, but still it is Pyromancers. They are pressing hard. How they're going to be able to keep up the pressure, we'll have to see. But Cerebus now with an opportunity here. Patroid trying to do some work. Can't find that slot away. He's a Small Panda, you have to say it. At the end of the day, it is now Pyromancers at the back line. They're playing from the back foot. The ball does bounce off the backboard. Ooh, Patroid had an opportunity there, but wasn't able to capitalise.
They are pushing for this one now. They've had some highlight moments in defense, and it always rewards them with these sustained periods of pressure where Pyromancers are looking so awkward. And again, they cannot get it out. Kinkasi's touch will find Crafty Mouse, but Wills is straight back on it, and Cerebrus are setting up for this comeback. Wills is maybe going to sink it, but Small Panda will get there just in time. It feels like a matter of when, but not if, for Cerebrus at the moment, because they're just throwing everything at the Pyromancers net.
Yeah, that kitchen sink I've just seen fly across my screen as well, including the fridge, which is a scary prospect. It's quite a large object to throw. Don't know how they managed that, but at the end of the day, it is very much them pushing forward and pressing the Pyromancer side, but they are yet to break them down. Pyromancer is doing a very good job of stabilizing. Patriot has a little bit of space here, tries to make something work, but it's Kinkase who gets in the way of the touch, and he also follows up of another of his own. A good demo by Patriot onto Small Pando. Drubo is up. It's a great flick, but Crafty Mouse with the patience is going to mitigate that pass from going anywhere dangerous. Kinkase now off the sidewall of for his teammates, passing down to Small Panda, who fires it off. It's off the crossbar. That could have been the nail in the coffin, but what maybe is the time is it's under a minute left, and Cerebrus is still behind.
Small Panda will chase this one. They will know that they need to win 3 in a row, and this is fair. Still
Oh my God!
Game 3, because Patriot has just done something unbelievable.
What was that? That was, what? I didn't see that coming whatsoever. The angle looked impossible.
He's cracked.
I don't know what else to say. That was ridiculous. And if there is ever a momentum shift in the game, it surely is something like that.
Oh
no, that's
it's
it.
all coming crashing down.
GG Cerebrus, they, you know, that's it. They're in the grand final. Pyromancers, we'll see you in the lower final a little bit later. I mean, your mentality must be crushed by that. To have the equalizer scored on you in that sort of fashion, then immediately, a couple of seconds later, to lose the lead, is just soul destroying. And the way that Small Panda's been playing as well, regardless of the shift that he seems to be putting in, he can't do anything. As almost as fourth drops in, fortunately for them, the post is going to deny that. It is definitely something scary indeed, but at the end of the day, what more can you say? Small Panda's going to have to come up with something within the next 10 seconds, but with a clearance such as that, they're going to have to come from their own half. And Drubo's making it near now impossible to get any sort of possession. Crafty Mouse does find the clearance. Wills, though, is going to send it right back into the corner, and Small Panda, without a touch, is just going to say good night, and we'll see you here in the lower final.
Pyromancer's magic well and truly failed in the last minute of game number 3 here. What a moment by Patroid to rip them apart and then set up for Eldrivo in the figurative sense for him to find that finishing goal. 3-2 the final scoreline in game 3, and Cerebrus waltzed through in the end to that grand final. They'll be so happy with this. It looked like they were going to have to be pushed back to game 4, but still, they have not lost on the day hops. They are unbeaten.
I know, it is pretty mental the way that this Cerebrus team are playing, and I think a lot of people now will be thinking, okay, is there a team in this playoff who are actually going to be able to beat them? You know, I don't have the answer for you at this stage, but it doesn't look promising. However, as we saw last night, anything is possible. Alta was a team that everyone thought unbeatable. Nexon came along and only went 8-1 in the grand finals against them. I mean, anything is possible is unbelievable. I'm so excited to see how this game continues and the series, you know, this evening continues, because it is all up in the air. But I think, you know, there is a little bit more concrete evidence, you know, from the way that Cerebrus are playing. They haven't dropped a game yet. They are looking untouchable. And even when Pyromancers are, I wouldn't say peaking, but are playing unbelievable Rocket League, they just have nothing against them.
It's so tough, and you know, the thing I'm thinking about at the moment, you know, I think Small Panda also won in Season 3, but so did Wills. This might be the moment where he finally gets a second trophy. He's gone, what, 5 seasons, 4 or 5 seasons without a trophy, without getting on the board again, but, you know, he's in the grand final now. Maybe he finally gets his name back on that glorious Hall of Fame.
I'll have to see it, but Barman, any final words from you, because this is your last series of the evening?
It is. I mean, obviously, huge congratulations to all the teams that have come forward so far, and even if you're already out, I mean, you've done so well to get here, and it's been a pleasure to cast some of you, but I mean, all I can say is if you can take down Cerebrus in a single game, I will be blown away because they've been so strong today, and it's going to be absolutely incredible if this grand final gets to bracket resets.
It will be incredible, but you know, crazier things have happened. But guys, next up, we'll have your lower final. We have found out one of the contestants. It is Pyromancers. We'll give you an update of who the second one is. He'll be joining them in lower finals in just a moment. But guys, don't go anywhere. Greybeard, he'll be joining me for the rest of the evening. It is an exciting set. A couple of hours of Rocket League ahead of us. This is your Challenger playoffs. There's a nice bit of cash going over towards the winner as well. So guys, don't go anywhere. I'll be right back for some more of this RSC action.
Rising with each beat of the music is bringing. We're flames in the fire that keeps burning. We're inviting the night in. Welcome, my heart so full, I'm devoting myself
didn't pick up. I kind of just called to hear your voice. I miss you. I've been thinking about you, and I've been thinking about our love, and how much I miss you. I miss being around you, hearing your laugh and holding your hand. I think of you every day. I hope and I wish that you're doing okay. I want us to go back to the old days. Because I miss you. And I just thought of you. The idea of you listening to this, the thought of you on the other side of the line, I can't hang up. I don't want this to end. Not again. I don't know if you miss me too, but I hope you do. Even if things never go back to what we were, what I became so used to, what I thought would be forever.
Started as a whisper, message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home?
Baby, it's just you and me. Baby, it's just you and me. Oh, I got a lot to say, don't wanna share it, but a lot of pain. But I know that you're pure. I'm a disease and you are my cure. Right there, girl, you better move. Right there, can you feel it too? Right there, girl, you better move. Hey, right there, can you feel it too? No place I'd rather be. You're the girl I wanna see. You're the girl I wanna be. Baby, it's just you and me. Yeah. No place I'd rather be. You're the girl I wanna see. You're the girl I wanna be. Baby, it's just you and me. Yeah. Baby, it's just you and me. Oh, baby, it's just you and me. Baby, it's just you and me. Baby, it's just you and me. Baby, it's just you and me.
Always trying to see through your flaws, 'cause I know that you got so much more to give. You made a real mess, but I miss you though, 'cause I can go to sleep when I'm alone again. Say you wanna fix our problems. How long should I be waiting? Feels like I've had too much of drama, but I'm not ready to give in. I don't wanna see us going on and off again. Baby, all I really want is only on from now. Every time I see a glimpse of your good side, I start wondering how I could make it last a little longer. Say you wanna fix our problems. How long should I be waiting? Feels like I've had too much of drama, but I'm not ready to give in. I don't wanna see us going on and off again. Baby, all I really want is only on from now.
Welcome back, everybody. We do apologize about that break, but over in the lower semi-finals, it went to a game number 5 between Glacier and the side of Alta. Unfortunately, Alta did fall, and Glacier will be moving on to face Pyromancies in our next series in this lower final. To whoever wins this will go on to the grand finals to face a very, very strong Cerebrus side. Next to me, you might see a familiar face, and this time he is bearing a gorgeous-looking hat. It is Mr. Greybeard. Welcome back. We had a fantastic evening last night, and we're up for some more action tonight as well.
You know, one of the disadvantages of getting older is you need more time to recover from your parties. And last night was fairly epic as far as the Rocket League goes, and I'm not entirely sure I'm fully recovered from what went down there. The shenanigans of the Prospect playoffs. It was unbelievable, but here we are. A day later, we're now with the challenges and honestly hoping for similar shenanigans.
100%. The shenanigans really must not stop. We already have seen a couple coming out from players such as like Patroid scoring a ridiculous double tap. But at the end of the day, it is on to Pyromancers and this Glacier roster. Who is going to come out on top? They've had a tough road, both of them. Obviously, a bit more easy for the Pyromancers roster, who did fall to Cerebrus in a sweep. But at the end of the day, let's see if Glacier can continue their momentum after that Game 5 win against the side of Alta. The players are in their respective teams. Who is going to pop off? I don't know. I couldn't tell you, but what I do know is it's going to be a ridiculous game.
I have no doubt. And a little moment for B-Shake, who's a little devastated in production after Shrine exited from the tournament. Oh, but look at this early on! And hops, the shenanigans begin right out the gate.
I swear this is some sort of deja vu. The first game we casted yesterday started off hot, and it seems to be happening once again. A nice quick start coming out from this Glacier roster. It's exactly what you need to go against teams such as Pyromancers. Can they keep it up, though? You were expecting, I can expect Pyromancers to answer back rather quickly, but Torchic trying to do his best. Plays it forward into the corner, not going to transpire into anything either, as King Kze now has a little bit of space to work with.
Oh.
A lovely fake from him. And when eventually Satan's General says, I've had enough of that, I'm just going to take you off the face of the earth.
All right, and it is King Kze who has been the goal-scoring demon for the Pyromancers throughout the season. He's going to be wanting to do more of that here, and they're going to have to do it at least once just to level things up. So after the initial 5-second shenanigans, it seems to have settled into a bit of normal Rocket League, at least for now. Small Panda under him. Oh, that became a lot more awkward than you felt it should have been. And now the Tilted Waffle trying to bring it in front of the net, but the defensive Pyromancers getting it away. At least some distance. Small Panda should complete the clear now.
Yeah, and Small Panda had an unbelievable series against Cerebus just moments ago. We saw him really pop off and carry a large amount of the weight in those games. Definitely looked for him to step it up as well. Right now it is all the side of Glacier. They're doing a hell of a lot of work. Pyromancers does send a lot of a clearance in as a double commit comes out and stops it quickly. The man you have aforementioned, King Kze, is going to be the first goal scorer for Pyromancers.
Yeah, get booming it forward. Crafty Mouse getting up, trying to make something happen. Maybe just being disruptive enough to see that ball dropping down in front of the net. King Kze completes, and we have a level game. And it's very similar, Hops, to what we saw last night, just in terms of, is that in? Oh, nice save from Panda to keep that out, but the build-up play looked incredibly threatening. Just in terms of the level of teams, I mean, we have one of the number one teams through to the grand final, and the other one here up against the number 2 team. Satan's General gets Glacier back in front.
A great job, and Saints General, so much experience in the RSC, and it's playing dividends. You really can see it. What a setup coming out from him. And subsequently, that's going to give the side of Glacier a nice reward and a nice lead that they're going to look to maybe push on as Tilted Waffle wins the battle in the midfield. Fortunately for the opposition, Pyromancers, and Kze was there to pick up the pieces, but he has 0 boost as he pushes towards the corner. This challenged out early. Small Panda knocks it forward. It's a floaty one towards the net. It is, but Tilted Waffle there and waiting to knock it away.
All right. Okay, that seemed like a fairly routine tap toward the goal. But it was a lot spicier maybe than we thought, certainly more than Satan's General thought. He couldn't get back there on time. We're back on level terms.
Back on level terms is exactly how I think a lot of people predict this match to go. Who's going to be able to ice it up? I'll have to see. Tilted Waffle puts this towards Torchic, who is able to send it right back into the blue half. King Kze is there waiting for Tilted Waffle! Coming out of nowhere! He's just come out of the deep fat fryer! And that waffle is looking crispy.
I think now, does that mean everybody on Glacier has scored? Everyone's gotten in on the action. Either way, I've been incredibly impressed that they've been able to go ahead 3 times. They are forcing Pyromancers to chase this game, and it's got to be incredibly frustrating. They get themselves level, and then they just concede once more, and again, they are chasing. It's just 1 goal, but they're chasing nonetheless.
Yeah, and having that mindset of playing from behind constantly really does affect you, and we're going to have to see how the side of Pyromancers deal with that and adapt to that sort of gameplay. And I think, a great touch, and whoops! Torchic, absolutely nothing. He had no right to keep that goal out.
But keep it out, he did. And in my mind, I was already formulating the sentence that I was Impressed with the capacity, the ability of Pyromancers to keep leveling it up, and they're going to do it now. This time, King Keze for a hat trick. Everyone has scored on Glacier, but it is King Keze alone for Pyromancers, who gets them once again on level terms.
And I think the next goal really is going to be a massive deciding factor. Who is going to be able to get that lead towards the end of this match? I don't know, but it is very much up for debate. Both these sides have put strong arguments forward, but you can definitely see Glacier starting to press early on here. Tilted Waffle puts it high off the ceiling, almost gets the pass back, but Crafty Mouse wise to it and has a breakaway opportunity. Doesn't get the bounce needed, but pinched it off the wall. Looked for a teammate. King KZ decided to back away from that, identifying the rotations of the side. Oh, what a touch from Crafty! What the earth?
That was magnificent. Small Panda with a spicy shot forward. Tilted Waffle had it covered, but no one had the Crafty Mouse snipe in their redirect. And for the first time, Pyromancers have a lead. They're not chasing the game now for the first time since the opening 5 seconds.
It's a great way to adapt yourself and to fire back. Now, this time, Glacier, what have they got in the locker, if anything, to respond to that lead that they found themselves at the detriment of? Small Panda not the best of touches, nor does Tilted Waffle get one, but a minute on the clock left for the side of Glacier to equalize it up and potentially send us to an overtime. Tilted Waffle with the whip for Crafty Mouse, was expecting the touch to come out and subsequently had to read it, but Small Panda tries to fire one up to the top corner. It is eventually going to go wide, and the clearances are going to be effective for the side of Glacier, but there seems to be an element of panic setting in.
Yeah, suddenly they've looked good, Glacier, throughout. They've led 3 times, but since going behind in the last minute or so, they've gotten a little scrappy. Some whiffs in front of net where probably they should have been punished. They got away with it and then couldn't capitalize on a movement forward due to another whiff. Now, surely they make something. Oh, it's been saved on the goal line. Tortic can't get there. And now everybody's up. The goal's open. Who can get on the end of it? Of course, it is King Keze who will get a 4th.
That was a ridiculous save coming out. I don't know who on earth kept that shot from going in on the side of Pyromancers, but they succeeded, and that has rewarded them that 5-3 lead with just 10 seconds remaining. You have to say this game is over. This game is in favor of the Pyromancers.
And Glacier are going to be bitterly disappointed because they looked good for a lot of this game. They led 3 times every time. Pyromancers, though, finding a way back in. And once they took a lead, they took the game by its neck and never let go.
What a comeback from Pyromancers. They did not give up. A real NGU, never give up sort of effort coming out from them, and they're very well rewarded because of it. However, I mean, the stats across the board are incredibly impressive. 11 shots for Pyromancers compared to the 7 of Glacier. And yet again, 4 saves apiece for both these sides. Really, the defensive effort was incredible for both these teams, but particularly towards the latter half of the match, where Pyromancer's defense really put it up into the next gear.
Yeah, I think Glacier had a great start. Pyromancers were chasing the game for a long time. But once they settled into their game, Glacier couldn't find a way to step themselves up to kind of match the now settled Pyromancers. And they're going to have to do that in game 2. They're going to have to make the comeback. In a second game, after losing a game that for probably 3.5 minutes they felt they should be winning.
It's definitely a tough one. I don't know if we've lost the. I don't know if Greybeard went quiet for a second there, or whether it was just me me continue the settings. But anyway, I don't know.
Am I back in here?
I think you are. I think you are back in here. I don't know what happened there, but something happened. But regardless, I think what actually happened was the game and Discord being like, "What on earth are we witnessing?" Because these 2 teams are really firing on all cylinders. But at the end of the day, I think Glacier, they had it in them. They had what it took to really close that game out. But at the end of the day, it looks like Pyromancer has a little bit more composure in the field. But he's trying to force the chaos, trying to force things. When at the end of the day, Pyromancers, they were just being like, okay, come to us and we're just going to knock you back every single time. And that reflected in the scoreline. And eventually, obviously, they got that win. But we're going to see how Glacier bounced back after that first game loss going into this game number 2. I think it could well be a similar story. But at the end of the day, who am I to say?
Well, I am thrilled that we're seeing it, but oh, look at this! Is this going to be? Oh, it's not. I thought we were going to have more shenanigans off the kickoff. It's not to be. Here we are, Forbidden Temple. Thrilled to see we're having a bit of map rotation. This should spice things up a little. One would think.
Yeah, when we're staying, because again, we're saying General almost finding an opportunity straight off the bat once again. And just 20 seconds in, we've seen a lot of efforts from the side of Pyro, from both of these teams, but neither really capitalizing on an effective shot. And you have to say something, Small Panda has got a hell of a lot of ping issues right now. He has got a touch and he's trying to make it work and do a very good job actually of setting up Kinkese with the shot, almost opening up the score sheet, but at the end of the day, it does not work into anything.
All right, well, it's good news here, I guess, for either, is that there has been no goal. Small Panda also prolific in the goal-scoring, scores now from a pass into the midfield. He had to slow down a little bit, but beautifully read the touch from Kinkese, and what a lovely finish. Bottom right-hand corner.
Man, there you want to place it in them bins, them bottom bins, and he's done exactly that. A great way to entrance yourself into a game, especially in the second game where they, especially after the first game where they were losing and behind for the majority of it. It's a good way to start by being ahead here. And they definitely keep the momentum up. Tilted Waffle trying to do something. A great chance. Kinkese, that was third one, a little bit too far pushed up. May well be reaping the punishments, able to get back to it in time and also get the demo onto Tilted Waffle. Satan's General trying to keep the attack alive, but eventually Small Panda is going to be there for the clearance. Tilted Waffle attempting to keep the attack alive and does a very good job in doing so. And subsequently, this Glacier side looking to press the difference. Can they do anything with it? Kinkese and Small Panda having a word to say against that, though, as they both win 50-50s. And oh my word! Did you see Small Panda there? That could have been delectable.
It was almost clipped, not quite there. And worth noting, I think, Glacier gave up a lead 3 times in the last game. Once Pyromancers went in front, they were impossible to shake. They never lost their lead. They're in front now, and as we approach halfway, have not looked like they were going to give up a lead. A little bit of movement forward, good positive movement forward from Glacier, but nothing that's really looked like it's going to break through the defense.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Nothing. They really don't seem to be showing any sort of promise in terms of moving forward. They've had the opportunities, but they're not really executing anything too dangerous. But that awkward touch from Crafty Mouse is going to set up Torchic, who can't slot that in. Whiffs happening left, right, and center. Tilty Waffle taking his time, but eventually Small Panda gets the touch in the nick of time, just when it looked rather dangerous.
Can you believe it? It's amazing. You hit these periods when everyone's panicking and everyone takes a turn to miss the ball, and somehow it doesn't go in. Oh, and it's happening on the other side. No one can find a touch to get it in the net, and somehow it remains a 1-goal game.
But it's this 1-goal game very much favouring the side of Pyromancers. Eventually a clearance coming out from Small Panda. Crafty Mouse trying to get the read. Doesn't get the touch, but subsequently fakes out Tilted Waffle, sets up the pass in center, and it's Kinkese to put the second goal in.
Oh, this man is unstoppable, and I'm getting memories of Endrick last night and the role he played in those playoffs, and Kinkese seems to fill a similar role here. Incredible up front, scores a lot of goals, but very much there an anchor for the team. It's a great performance from him so far.
It really, really is. I can't say it better than you, Greybeard. I cannot say it better. But it is still 1:20 left on the clock, and the way that Glacier was scoring in the previous game, you cannot count them out just yet. But still, struggles ensue for this side. Yet to really do anything remarkable with their efforts, and that is the main concern at this moment in time. But still,
side of Mark Kincaid. Almost whipping out something magical. Small Panda fires a shot hollow and hard, and that's the third goal. At this stage, Pyromancer is really having everything in their hands. The side of Glacier only finding 3 shots, where Small Panda alone has found 3 to his name.
Yeah, well, he gets the goal there again. Of course, Kincaid involved in setting up that play, getting the pass into the middle, firstly, but also pretty much getting every defender involved in trying to clear it. There's been a mistake here, a chance for Glacier, but they let it go begging.
They do, very much so. Crafty Mouse trying to force a counter-attack. Gets a brilliant touch as well. Small Panda's up, can't, unfortunately, find the angle, but Crafty Mouse once again is going to follow it up. Tries to take it around Tilted Waffle, who eventually does get the touchdown, but it's still very much planted in the Glacier half. Small Panda fires one off as Kincaid tried to find the read. However, that is going to give Stage General a bit of breakaway chance here. Crafty Mouse already prepared on that rotation, and eventually finds a clearance of his own. Torchic decides to pre-flip it into his own corner just to keep that long clearance from being any more dangerous than it already was.
The number of goals scored from game to game is halved from game 1 to game 2, and it has all been, oh, well, there we go. We're going to have one, and finally, Glacier will score, and they will not end the game on a shutout, which will at least do a bit for their confidence. They've left this far too late, but at least they know they can get in there, and they can take that forward into the next game, but it has been solidly Pyromancer's game.
Very, very much so. Pyromancers looking to go up 2-0 in the series. They put themselves on match point to go and potentially have a rematch against the Cerebrus side, who are waiting patiently in the grand final. But Glacier, after that very spicy start they had in game number 1, they haven't looked like the same team since. And I think maybe there's a concern there, but as you said, they scored that last goal. The momentum could well be in their favor, but they're going to have to whip out a couple more stops in order to battle against the Pyromancer side, who are looking very, very strong.
Yeah, and I think, you know, what I was interested to see was, could they match Pyromancers? Because coming out of that first game, late in the game, Pyromancers kind of settled and got into their rhythm. Glacier were unable to kind of match them on that, and for the entirety of this game, they weren't able to step up and match the performance of Pyromancers. So that's their deal now. They have to reverse sweep. So it is step up, get out there, get the job done. And really, I'd like to see them do it. Because if Pyromancers win, it means we're going to have number 1 versus number 1 in the grand final. And there haven't been any catastrophic upsets. So it would be nice to get at least a tiny bit of an upset in the grand final.
I would like that, and I have to say, we saw in Prospect 0 upsets. I mean, actually, yes. I think maybe apart from the grand final, which was kind of ridiculous, and granted, Exxon they were another number 1 team, but a lot of people predicted Ultra. But at the end of the day, you know, maybe there was an upset there, maybe not. We'll have to say it, but an upset would be good. It would be pleasant to see, and it starts here. Can the side of Glacier bring anything back into this game, into this series? They are 2-0 down of this best of 5. It's their last lifeline at the ropes.
The start is going to be important. They've got to score first, and then they've got to learn very quickly how to hold on to a lead. We've seen that the Pyromancers are fantastic on that. Once they've gone ahead, they have not had a lead undone. So Glacier have got to be very aware of that and look hard to prevent it.
Indeed, Saints General an opportunity here, sends it forward, but Kincaid very much aware, wearing the crown very proudly. Torchic, a great flick, nobody there on this side, ready and waiting for the shot. Tilted tries to keep it alive. Small Pound decides to knock it into the air. Saints General is already very much aware of it. The ball bouncing in, and all Torchic has to do is brute force his way through that final defender. I believe that was Crafty Mouse. And in the day, if you are a mouse, there's a lot of things that can burn you, and Torchic is one of those things.
Wow, and very good that they scored there, because we've seen a couple of opportunities late in the last game where it was chaos in front of the Pyromancer's net and Glacier couldn't find a way through, and it starts to get very frustrating when you're having those build-up plays and you just cannot score. They've done it now, but while Pyromancers have been great at holding on to the lead, they also have been magnificent in catching up when they're behind. So the work will continue, and it'll continue to be difficult for Glacier.
I completely agree with you. We'll have to hope that ice isn't melting, as the Glacier is still in the lead here, but they are very much down in the series. Torchic does put the flick on. Crafty Mouse going to be well aware of it and take it to his own corner. Good demo by Torchic onto King Kaiser. Is going to slow this counter-attack down. That shot from Small Panda looking dangerous once again. Tries to find the second touch as well, but Stage General misses it. And King Kaiser, oh, a bit of a shaky shot. It did come off the upright. Fortunately, it did plant its way in. However, there was a shaky moment there.
A shaky moment for Satan's general. King Kaiser's a shaky moment. Still gets the goal, gets enough on it to make sure the goal is there. And as they have done every time they've been behind, and they've been behind 4 times, they have always leveled it up.
They really have, but Small Panda working with King Kaiser's up. Oh, gonna be astronomical, but it wasn't meant to be. The stars did not yet align. Small Panda does keep the attack alive though by knocking it down. Good decision from King Kaiser just to take his time here. Decides to rotate it, forcing Torchic to make a bit of an awkward touch. Small Panda though does lose out to Satan's General, so it's back into the blue half. The ball goes. Crafty Mouse trying to work something out here. Small Panda with a demo onto Torchic is going to open up space for a counter-attack, but Torchic comes off respawn on the correct side. It's actually going to be able to knock it forward. Small Panda with an awkward touch. He wins the second 50-50. Looking to go again. Gets another touch. Small Panda off the crossbar. It doesn't go, but King Kaiser is there eventually.
Oh my word, the work from Small Panda here, just fantastic. Doesn't get the goal, but King Kaiser, of course, is there. He has goal scoring in his blood, and he was in the right spot for the tap-in to get it. And danger signs here for Glacier. They looked good, had a solid start, got that lead. But once again, it is Pyromancers who find a way to kind of settle themselves, get themselves reorganized. And once they do, Glacier struggle to keep them penned back.
Completely agree with you. Small Panda wanted to force the issue once again as well. Can't find anything to do with it. St. Jim will whiff, so does Tilted Waffle, and King Kaiser, a bit of a free touch here. Plays off Babble once again. Looks for a teammate, however, the angle a bit too tight for Small Panda, who decides just to send it towards the center. Ooh, a dangerous redirect from Crafty Mouse towards zone backboard. Fortunately, King Kaiser very much aware of it, and St. Jim will eventually get a touch in his own half. Leaves it for Tilted Waffle, but right now some shaky touches from both of these teams. They'll have to make sure they keep it polished, but Small Panda again looking so incredibly dangerous in the air.
Yeah, and Glacier's in the position now of being forced into the position of booming clears, and they're just not setting anything up because they're not able to follow it up with any threat whatsoever. So it's easily being picked up by Pyromancers, and they just move forward once again with another attack or just threatening plays. And it seems like the better part of 2 minutes that Glacier have been penned back in their own half.
Now, heading back, fighting behind some steel cage bars that this Pyromancer side have seemed to put up across that midfield line. He's saying General going to find anything with it? No. There's a Small Panda sneaks his way through. Tilted Waffle, though, going to be there to meet the ball. Torchic's going to follow it up with a shot of a touch of his own. A great touch from Tilted Waffle. Saying General's going to go up. Can only put it to the babble once again, but Torchic, can he finish it? Yes, he can. So it is level playing field at 34 seconds, Greybeard.
Well, this is the first time that Glacier have been able to undo a Pyromancer's lead. And I gotta tell you, when Torchic hit that ball, I held my breath from the moment he touched it to the moment it went in. I was convinced a Pyromancer player was gonna come in and touch it off the goal line, which they've done a couple of times. This is good for the confidence. Can they do it in regulation? Tilted Waffle will find the net. They're not dead yet.
That Tilted Waffle. It's a waffle that's at an angle, and that shot was at an angle as well. He puts the ball in the back of the net, and it's exactly what he needed to do. Finally, Glacier in a prime spot to take a game off this Pyromancer's side, but they've got 20 seconds to hold on to it. Small Panda's trying to have something to say about it. Crafty Mouse off the bat, but once again, King Kaiser is there. Can't find the angle, but you can really see this Pyromancer's side. They're not happy at all about being behind. They want to close out here and now, but they've got to do it. They've only got 10 seconds remaining. not too much time, but that ball's going to be dangerous. It's going to be bouncing towards it, but Tilted Waffle says absolutely not, and it is killed. Glacier will be sending us to a game number 4.
And in my mind, I think we have just witnessed a very important turning point in this series. It feels like there was a little bit of a shift. Something moved in the universe toward the end of that game. Glacier finding a way to overcome a Pyromancer's lead and then pushing them behind. And then Pyromancers, for the first time, not able to equalize coming from behind. They lose the game. Glacier were about to go down. They ain't dead yet. And I just have a feeling something's been ignited here.
Is something brewing? You know, is the brewing stand alight, but in favor of Glacier? Are we going to peek around the door and see the ugly head of Torchic, Satan General, and Tilted Waffle staring back at us? Or is it going to be Pyromancers whipping up another concoction? We'll have to see how this game number 4 goes. But I have to concur with you. Glacier, they've got the ice and they've got the momentum. And last night, Greybeard, we spoke about how pivotal momentum was, especially with a team like Exelon. Is Glacier going to be the same? Are they now setting themselves up for a run?
Yeah, I mean, we did see in that lower bracket final, it was in the third game that the team that ultimately went on to lose to Exelon, they won the game and then couldn't follow through with that. But I really, Glacier have got it in them to push this to a Game 5 decider. And I really want them to do it, because if they do, I think we're in for an epic Game 5 on Champions Field.
100%. Bring us to Champions Field, Glacier. That's what we all want. That's what chat wants. And thank you, everybody, for tuning in today. This is your Challenger Playoffs. It's a lovely Sunday to be watching some Rocket League. I can't tell you another better way of spending it, to be honest with you. You know, who wants a Sunday roast when you could be watching the RSC? I don't know. But at the end of the day, Game 4 is underway. But all from Satan's General as Torchic sends it down the field looking for Tilted Waffle. But Small Panda, as always, reliable and is there to take it away.
Yeah, Satan's General, a little prone to panicky plays in defense. We've seen him whiff a couple of times right up on his back wall there just before the halfway line on the wall. So you just want to take a breath, settle down, focus on getting to the ball, playing solid Rocket League. We're 50 seconds in. We haven't seen a goal yet. It's now moving over to the Pyromancer side. And here comes Tilted Waffle, the winning goal scoring hero. There's been a but he can't complete.
Oh, the nerves got to him then. He started shaking. He had a prime opportunity. The final defender was demoed. He looks to go again, sets up a teammate, Torchic, for the shot. But high it goes. That was a prime opportunity. He'll be kicking himself, but he got to remain focused into this game here. Off the backboard it goes once again. A couple of whiffs. Crafty Mouse, not with the strongest of shots, is going to make an easy save for Satan General, who's subsequently going to be able to send it right back into the other end of the field. Oh, Torchic also had an opportunity there, but the defense of both these teams holding fast.
Yeah, Glacier have, however, they have been able to step it up a little, enough to throw Pyromancers a little off their game. They're not having it all their way. They're also now finding themselves in a position of having to go for those long clears, and it's very awkward in front of the Pyromancers net, but no one's there to complete, and Small Panda takes a breath, takes a moment, and looks to clear it in a little bit more of a controlled way. The dump by King Keze! King Keze finds a way and gets them in front. Pyromancers making a statement.
Small Panda had the highest IQ play I have ever seen. He left that ball and bumped the third man and gave that shot away. He had full faith in his teammate for slotting it, and subsequently they are up in the lead here. Small Panda being the difference maker right now. What a finish it was as well. You have to give credit where credit is due, but Glacier, they're playing from behind once again. Have they got what it takes? This is not what you want to be, but Tilted Waffle has something to say about it. This man, he keeps on scoring at the most crucial of times.
This is fantastic to see. Great pass, though, off the back wall. But my word, the angle and placement on that, fantastic. And what's really good about it is that Glacier are now back in it, because it was so easy for this to run away from Glacier. You know, for Pyromancer to take the momentum of that first goal, turn it into 2 or 3, and then suddenly Glacier are out of the game. They've not allowed that to happen. It's fantastic to see. It's still tight. It's still competitive, but it is still do or die for Glacier.
It really is. Oh, a bit of a whiff coming out from Satan's General. Not where you want to be, not where you want to be whiffing the ball straight in front of your net. Unfortunately for them, it wasn't going to be lethal. Touch from Crafty, plays into the corner. Torchy, they're waiting. Small Panda has to jump in that midfield to mitigate the counter tap and being any faster. Nkeze on the rotation back, gets the touch, decides to leave that mid.
My.
Oh my.
Oh my.
Oh my god. King Kase.
I think what we just did there was perfect. We just sat here in admiring silence, because that was so well done. It has to be said, a catastrophic double commit in defense from Glacier, but King Kase, man, this guy's good. He loves to score goals, doesn't he?
He really does. What a finish, but this could go back as Saints General finds the angle and the own goal. Immediately responding back. You can see the errors, the rotation's not clean for the side of Pyromancer, and Saints General just pops it down onto Crafty. Now say, Crafty, hey, you can have this one, but straight into your own net.
So Satan's General is riding a car that I don't know if I've ever seen in competitive Rocket League. It's the Octane. I can't even remember its name. Oh! I thought they were going to get head. Torch it! Oh! He whiffs it. He skies it high, but look at this. It might still go in. Satan's General can't find it in there. It's the sporty Octane, which I've never seen in competitive play.
I mean, if he likes it, he likes it, but... Oh,
dear.
King Kase! Again! This man has got a hat trick! He can't stop scoring!
I honestly think there might come a time very soon for an intervention. I think King Kase has an addiction problem. And he just can't be kept out of the action. Small Panda now! Oh! Almost reaches it, because he ain't far behind King Kase. And it has to be said, they are a devastating combination out on the field in terms of their plays, their link-up plays, and the play you mentioned where Small Panda leaving the ball for King Kase. So they have a deep and very workable understanding between them.
100% Torchic trying to link up this time with his teammate. Oh, Tiltuwaffle with the whiff. More Panda goes again, but Saints General gets there just in time. The Sporty Octane being a bit quicker enough to get to that challenge. Tiltuwaffle gets bumped out of the play. Small Panda takes it himself once again. Forced the 50-50. What a 50-50 it was! And Small Panda, the facilitator of all facilitators, sets up a teammate. And Crafty Mouse is going to put the 4th goal in for his side.
And, as a few seconds leading up to that goal, I could hear the unmistakable pounding sound. And I realize now what it is, and I think it is the nails in the coffin. I think this might be it for Glacier. They've put up a fight, but the number 2 team here, I'm not sure. In 25 seconds, they've got what they need to find to find 2 goals just to force an overtime. And if nothing changes, the Pyromancers will be going to a date with Destiny for a rematch in the grand finals.
What a showing. What a way to bounce back after being swept in the upper final, to come and sweep your way through the... not sweep your way. Dominate your way through the lower final. A great answer back, and King Kase, the MVP of that game and that series, really made it his mission to recrown himself at the tippity top of that goal scorer leaderboard. He had 3 goals off 3 shots. He had 100% shooting accuracy, Grey Beard. Really an unprecedented performance coming out from him. And Glacier, again, Tilted Waffle was brilliant. Satan's General was brilliant. Torchy was also fabulous. And a massive props to them for making it this far. They are your 3rd place team at the end of the day. But Pyromancers, have they got enough momentum to go in to face Cerebrus in this grand final?
Well, I think they've got A, momentum, B, they're still warm, but I think also C, they are going to be ravenously hungry to undo the damage from that upper final loss.
I do completely agree with you. They will be, searching for that. They will be, they're whipped out their metal detectors and they are hunting for the gold at the end of that grand final. It's impressive nonetheless. And guys, you mustn't go anywhere. Next up is your Challenger Grand Finals for RSC Season 9. It is going to be Pyromancers versus Cerebrus. A rematch from the upper final. Cerebrus obviously have that game in hand, but after what we saw last night, anything is possible. You don't want to miss it. See you in a second.
Seat you by the fire. Listen, listen. There's something I must confide. I know I said that it'd be fine. I know I made it look like it'd be alright. But I think I learned my lesson, and I'm not gonna let you out of my sight. You can call me killer, 'cause I'll bring you to
me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. They say I'm dangerous 'cause I broke all their cages. No, I will sit and take it. No, no. They left me for dead, I guess I'll never learn. Every time I break, there's just more pain to burn. They'll never, never, never learn. Till the battle's won, till kingdom come. I'll never run. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty.
Hello, everybody. We are back for our grand finals of the Challenger tier. It has been a roller coaster of emotion. It has been a storyline written in the stars, and I'm so excited to be joined by Greybeard once again. Cerebrus versus Pyromancers. It's a rematch from the upper final, which we saw Cerebrus well and truly dominate in, but Pyromancers, they'll be hot and spicy after a lovely victory over the Glacier side in that lower final. I am so excited to get this underway. Greybeard, talk me through your thoughts and what is going on in your head.
Well, my first and immediate thought, Hopex, is that as I'm wondering how urgent it is that I need to talk you down off the ledge, because it feels like you're on it and you may jump off at any moment. But when it comes to the Rocket League, there's been some fierce debate offline while in the green room chatting before we went live, and there's a bit of division. Some think Cerebrus are going to walk this, and maybe they do because they are yet to drop a game in these playoffs. Others saying, nah, Pyromancers are going to give a run. No one fully committed, and I say that with some reservation because I'm not exactly sure where Hopex sits on that, but no conviction that there'll be a bracket reset win here.
Yeah, there isn't any conviction. Yeah, really, Cerebrus was so dominant. They are yet to drop a map in these playoffs, and that really does speak dividends to how well they're playing. However, you know me, Greybeards. I like to be on the edge. I like to be slightly off kilter. So when we come to those predictions, you may have to blow me down. But we have cast our eyes over the playoff bracket. You can see Cerebrus's run. They 3-0 Glacier, 3-0 Pyromancers, and are obviously here in the grand finals. On the flip side, Pyromancers had a little bit raw of a rough time. Yes, they took down overall in that round number 1, but fell to Cerebrus. And, you know, I don't think they squeaked past Glacier, but Glacier, they didn't make it easy for them.
Yeah, you know, I'm looking at this bracket, Hopper, and it's so strong. I mean, Pyromancers were a great team. They did really, really well against Glacier. So that really good team went down in a sweep to Cerebrus. So yeah, they're gonna be hungry. They're gonna want to take this desperately. But my word, clearly Cerebrus on another level right now.
They really are. A different level of plane of being. Doctor Strange is whipped up and they've walked straight through the portals. And that's where they found themselves, the top tier Rocket League performance. We are still waiting on one of the players to join up. I believe he joined with the wrong gamer tag, which doesn't make our life at all any easy. So I think he was told to go and change it. But in the meantime, I think we could probably talk about predictions. Greybeard, last night you asked me first. I'm going to ask you first. Where does your prediction lie?
You know what? The reason I am wrong so often with predictions is that I tend to predict with my heart rather than with solid information. But this is my prediction. I think we're going to see a bracket reset. I think Pyromancers are going to take this first series, but then Cerebrus will win the reset.
Ooh, this is shaky stuff, and you know what? I'm going to whip out the same prediction. I think Pyromancers are going to find themselves resetting the bracket, but I think they're going to go on and win a game number 7 in the resetted bracket.
Okay, so you really want a late night here?
I don't want a late night. I'm really hungry. I'm looking forward to some dinner, but at the end of the day, I think if there's any two teams to do it, I think we could well be in the track to seeing 2 game 7s. I know your time zone isn't going to appreciate that as much as my will, but at the end of the day, it is going to be something ridiculous. We have got the players into the lobby, and we're going to get them onto respective teams to get this grand final underway. This is only the second grand final of the playoffs for Season 9, and the hype has only got bigger and better as we are underway. Cerebrus or Pyromancers, who is going to be taking the trophy home?
And you do realize, after all of the hype we've given here, Hopix, that this could also well end in the first series with Cerebrus taking it 4-0 in a sweep. I mean, we haven't discussed that possibility, but they haven't lost a game, including 3 encounters with Pyromancers, so they could well take it in a sweep.
It is definitely possible. And I think a lot of people will be leaning on that prediction, especially with Patroid doing bits like that. This man has been unstoppable this season.
Wow, what a read. What a read and what a touch, and completely undoing the defense there. And no response. 29 seconds in. Cerebrus take first blood.
29 seconds. It's a concern for both of our predictions with the way that this game has started, but a lot of Rocket League still lies ahead of us. Remember, this is a best of 7, everybody, and welcome all the new viewers and people returning. This is the RSC Season 9, and Small Panda is looking to find the equalizer, and he does so brilliantly. He's not so small, I can assure you that, because he's got a big heart and a big scoring ability.
Yeah, and the high 50 from Crafty Mouse there to get the ball bouncing very awkwardly in front of the net, and then Small Panda. And you can't keep Small Panda or King Kaiser out of the game very long. Leveled up inside 1 minute, so back on level terms, and that should settle them now. King Kaiser looking for the clear. The dunk by El Druvo, almost finding a way through. It's not done yet, down off the crossbar. This is a good, solid, positive play by Cerebrus, trying to re-establish their 1-goal lead, but Patroid now all the way back having to defend.
Yeah, it's a good job. Patroid again, getting the dunk, landing. He's done it again! Greybeard, almost a mirror image of what we saw before. He gets the dunking touch around Small Panda and goes for the finish. This man needs to be shut down by Pyromancers if they want any remote chance of taking the game, or a game of Cerebrus.
That goal all about this pace of Patroid and how quickly he recovered from his touch coming down. Now there's a double commit, which may get them in trouble. King Kze trying to bring it into the middle. Petroid, a bit of an awkward clear. It's almost served as a pass, but oh my gosh, is that in?
No.
The pinch! The pinch! What? Oh my word. All right, well, Petroid's saying, oh, sorry, in chat, so I'm assuming they're not going to try convince us that was completely calculated. My goodness gracious.
I don't know what to believe anymore. That team pinch was ridiculous. It was obscene. And that's put them to a 3-1 lead. The side of Pyromancer is struggling, but they've got an opportunity here. The ball is bounced on the line. It is kept out by Wills. He kept that composure at the clutchest of times. And that is giving their team maintain their team's 2-1 lead. Small Panda's up for it. A double commit in front of the net, giving King Kze a bit of space to work with, but Patroid very much aware of it. He goes forward, but Crafty Mouse going to challenge it. Nice and early in the midfield. Will is there, puts it towards the backboard, but Small Panda being very much differently controlled in the defense. We're only encroaching on the halfway marker now, so a lot still to play for. A great passing play comes out off the backboard. It goes through for the double tap, can't find it, but Small Panda's there, and it's into the top right bins.
Wow, it was clattered in there. Crafty Mouse again involved here with the touch-up. He was looking to follow, didn't get anything on it, but Small Panda making no mistake in getting that in there, and it's back to a one-goal game. 5 goals, and we're yet to cross over halfway. So I think we get a sense of the sort of series we should be seeing.
I can agree with you more, but Wills is going to absolutely say, no way. He finds the opening there. Once again, Patroid doing a lot of work here, but towards the backboard. Unfortunately for the side of Pyromancer's, Crafty Mouse not quick enough to the ball, and Wills is going to put that 4th goal in pretty much bang on halfway. 2 minutes 30 on the clock. Can Pyromancers conjure up anything more to bring back some level of goal line to make it in their favor? Another pinch, and it's gone in! How many pinches are we going to see?
Okay, I got to see the angle on this, because that was Petroid trying to get it cleared. Oh, he goes there. Oh, it's so unfortunate, but you got to know when you're going for those corner 50s, you got to be very cautious about what goes down. But it's back to a 1-goal game, 7 goals, and still so much time left. Looks like we're in for a goal fest.
Yeah, we really are. Oh, Druvo, Small Panda's there just in the nick of time, takes it away. Looking scary. It was a great pass, though, coming out from his teammate, and he's still able to put the pressure on is Wills. Pyromancers in their own half. Oh, King Kze, awkward touch here. Will's going to be there, but Crafty Mouse gets back in the nick of time. Small Panda goes up to challenge that midfield air dribble. Bit of miscommunication. That's the Small Panda's there. I'm stumbling across my words because the chaos is just ensuing.
Yeah, and that, okay, so they keep it out. It's not a level game. And it's now awkward. Oh no, is that going to drop in? King Kze gets there. The rebound shot by El Druvo is put wide. Petroid, if he gets this touch, he does! Oh, the follow from... Oh, it's going to sneak in! I thought they'd done enough to put it wide, but no, it rolls in agonizingly.
That's a devastating goal for the side of Pyromancers. They're becoming so close to finding an equalizer, but Druvo once again proving a point, and he's going to put that goal in. And a plethora of shots coming out from Cerebrus compared to quite a minutiae amount for the side of Pyromancers, but the ball's going to bounce awkwardly. Druvo comes out of absolutely nowhere. They're playing from the stratosphere to knock that down, but it's still Pyromancers. They've got a lot of pressure and a lot of time here. It's a bit thrown away by Small Panda, giving a bit of a free clearance. King Kze looking to go again, where they can't find that follow-up touch, and Patroid takes it to the air. Doesn't have the best control, and subsequently Crafty Mouse is going to force the pinch across the field. King Kze is going to fire a shot off, but Will's going to be well aware of it. Oh, a bit of miscommunication. Crafty Mouse able to cut it out in the midfield, but not powerful enough and not dangerous enough for the side of Cerebrus to panic.
And he had so much time there. If he had kind of seen earlier or just realized that he could have taken it down, controlled it, and made it into a proper 1v1 sort of challenging situation in front of the goal line, that would have gotten them within 1 goal, where they've been 2 or 3 times already. And it is now sub 30 seconds and 2 goals behind. Pyromancers about to lose game 1, and Cerebrus will continue their march without having dropped a single game.
It would be incredible. It would be absolutely incredible if they do this. And right now, with the way that they're scoring, the way they're performing, it really looks to be a proving point for them. The goal is open, but Patroid rotated back. This first game going over in favour of Cerebrus. They are yet to lose in this playoffs, in their playoff run. And really, what more can you say? They are playing absolutely outstanding Rocket League.
Yeah, well, as far as they're concerned, they're like, okay, one down, go next. We're ready for the rest. And look at that, 14 shots on goal, 6 from Pyromancers. And for me, Hopex, the single biggest difference that I see out there is panic in defense. Pyromancers tend to get very shaky, a bit whiffy, and a little untidy when they're facing pressure. Cerebrus and their defense isn't perfect. They did concede 3 goals, but they do tend to keep, they're a lot more solid and a lot more composed in defense.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And actually, that kind of dictates into the amount of saves that Pyromancers had to have. If the side of Pyromancer's defense, as Vector says, the best defense stops any offense from even getting started. They had to make 8 saves, Pyromancers, and that's just proving the point that Cerebrus, they've been given too much space to find the shots. They've been given too much room to make things happen, and Pyromancers are having to make these goal line saves. I think if Pyromancers want to beat Cerebrus, they've got to stop them at midfield before Cerebrus get any sort of momentum going forward.
All right, well, game 2, Pyromancers, it is a best of 7, let's remember, so there is a bit more time. Bit concerned about Small Panda's ping. Okay, it seems to have returned to normalcy. But best of 7, you lose 1, not the end of the world. You lose 2, you're still okay. But it starts to get shaky when you're facing a team that are yet to drop a game. And was that an intended fake kickoff, or was Small Panda just slow to get going?
No, I don't know. I think it was meant to be a fake, but Patroid read it to perfection, and that's given Cerebrus an early lead, and this time it only took 9 seconds.
Yeah, danger time. Will's effort there serving as a fake. It allows Eldruvo to get in there, get the shot, and early damage by Cerebrus on Pyromancers.
It's going to be interesting to see whether Cerebrus are able to keep up the momentum, and Druvo's wanting to do exactly that. Small Panda gets in the way of his attempt in the nick of time as Wills looks to the pass over to Patroid. Crafty Mouse is going to cut that out, but look how clean the rotations from Cerebrus are. They just give no room for the side of Pyromancers to break out of their own half. There is always a player lingering in that midfield, stopping the long clearances from getting anywhere.
And so far, we haven't seen the devastating combination. Oh, the devastating combination of Small Panda and King Kaiser that we saw in that lower bracket final. I mean, they are devastating when they get going. They just haven't been allowed. And now Will's getting in on the action, extending the lead to 2. And right now, it's a tough evening in the office for the Pyromancers.
It really is. I mean, King Kaiser and Crafty Mouse yet to break 30 points. It's about 25 points, and that is scary to say the least. They were so dominant as we saw in game number 1. Oh my word, Small Panda almost finding an incredible ground bouncer shot, but unfortunately unable to put it into the back of the nets. The first sign of life we've seen from the Pyromancer side in this game. But Cerebrus getting out of their own half after a very effective bump from Wills, and they're still wanting to put the pressure on. They're not happy with just 2 goals. They want more.
No, I think they just want to dominate. It's kind of that situation. El Druvo gets a second, and the plays. It's just that. Okay, this is what I see. Cerebrus just look monumentally comfortable and confident in their plays, and Pyromancer's looking a little bit timid, a little bit of afraid of this team.
I mean, Cerebrus, more like cerebral. Is there some sort of hive mind going on with these guys into the Cerebrus roster? Nothing is getting past them whatsoever. They're 3 goals up, with 3.5 minutes left on the clock. We've seen Pyromancers, they've been able to score 3 goals against the Cerebrus side. Let's see if they can do it now more than ever. El Druvo is up, so almost gets an unbelievable touch. A double whiff coming out from the Pyromantis side is going to allow Patroid to come up forward and fire a shot of his own up towards the red net. But Small Panda going to be doing his due diligence and getting back on rotation in the nick of time. But still, Cerebrus maintaining the ball control in the red half. Patroid just sending it high towards the backboards. And I must admit, Cerebrus are doing this so well. Just forcing defenders out, forcing the Pyromantis defense into situations they are not comfortable in being in.
Yeah, and we saw and right now the Pyromancers are being fed their own medicine. This was almost exactly what they were doing to Glacier in that lower final, where just kind of keeping them pinned back and not letting them get out, and where Glacier were forced to just try and boom everything clear. That's where Pyromancers find themselves right now, but they do have an opportunity on the other side, but it is now cleared by Wills.
Good job from Wills to be aware of the rotation. He gets the demo on the third man as well, which is going to force Small Panda to have to turn. They're going to once again be in that awkward scenario. Wills is doing such a good job of providing space for Patroid and Druvo to do what they do best, which is finding those openings and find those shooting opportunities. Wills does get another touch to knock it forward to keep the attack alive. Follows up with his follow, a second touch as well towards the backboard. Does hit that corner, so the roll down's going to favor King Keze. He's going to try and press the attack this time for the Pyromancers. He does run about over El Druvo initially. Patroid, though, going to pick things up once again. Tries to just knock it down, looking for the teammate in the center, but Small Panda's going to nicely. But again, the rotations from the Cerebrus side, so clean and so effective.
And I'm trying to see if it's as simple as that what is keeping King Keze and Small Panda so quiet here? Because they, when they get going, they're incredible! They almost make something happen! They do make it happen here! Small Panda will get one in, and they haven't left it too late. They've got some time here. Crafty Mouse doing the business, a bit of disruption play, bit of interception play, lines it up. Small Panda gets the finish.
Momentum. It's a word that is very much a word that I favor when talking about these playoffs, but you can see why. We just have to see whether they're able to bring a ball back. I think they're going to have to score soon if they want any chance in battling against Cerebrus of how after how difficult it's been to put that first goal in this second game. Small Panda trying to press the issue, puts it down towards a teammate. However, I think that was Patroid who was up waiting for that second touch to come out. Aldruvo off the ceiling, looking for a ground pinch. No. Oh, he went for it, and just a level of confidence to do that.
And it almost got him in trouble, though. They were okay in the end. Oh, King Keze misses. Everybody misses. Small Panda trying to get it in. Oh, he does get the read off the wall. Can he make something happen? He can't. It is being sort of pinch cleared away. And the immediate danger dies. And it's sub 30 seconds to find 2 goals. A position they were in last game. And they weren't able to do it, and they're struggling to do it here. And I don't think they got it in them. If that goes in, it's all over. El Druvo with the hat trick.
The Druvo, if my Spanish serves me correctly, and he is the man with a plan. He's found himself with the hat trick in this game. 6 shots to his name. He's also got the assist for Will's goal. What a setup it has been, and what a game it has been. This Cerebrus side definitely putting our predictions to shame right now. They are looking unstoppable. They haven't dropped a game, Greybeard. They haven't dropped a game.
Well, the next game becomes absolutely vital, doesn't it? Because if Pyromancers lose game number 3, it means they have to force a team that has not dropped a game. They're going to have to force them to drop 3 in a row, or 4 in a row, I beg your pardon, if they are to reset the bracket. And that might just be a bridge too far, a mountain too high. So this, for me, is critical in the entire playoffs. Game number 3, Pyromancers have got to win this next one.
They really do, and they came with so much promise in that game number 1, but where has that gone? Where has that performance gone? I cannot tell you, but they've got to get out of their bag somewhere and somehow, and they've got to do it now. Cerebus looking on fine form. They've got 14 shots to their name compared to the 5 for Pyromancers, and I think that really tells the whole story. Cerebus, they did not let Pyromancers out of their own half for the majority of the game, and the stats do not lie.
The key stat for me, King Keze at the bottom of the scoring, and no goals, no assists. He is critical to this team. He's got to get involved here and find a way. He's got to lead this team to victory. When he's doing well, he's crafting plays, he's controlling it and making it happen. He's not been allowed to do it, or he's just struggled the last couple of games. Whatever the case, it is time for King Keze right here, right now.
Yeah, can the King get back his crown? We'll have to see. It's a tough order against this Cerebus side. Eldruvo's going to find the width, but Patroy's going to be there to put it off the corner. King Keze gets bumped, and Will's going to fire a bouncing shot. I don't think that was fully intentional, but at the end of the day, it is still unable to push anything forward. And this side, though, Pyromancers being able to re-establish themselves and get the ball out there in half. They haven't conceded in the early seconds of this matchup like we've seen in the previous 2 games.
All right, 30 seconds in, they haven't conceded early. That's good for them. Now let's get forward, and they can't be afraid of this team. They're playing like they're afraid, and no doubt there's lots to be afraid of. But go out there, play your Rocket League. You finish at the top of your conference. You can go toe to toe with this team. Get out there, show some confidence. Here comes Small Panda. Patroid's up, but does very well to get it into his corner.
Pyromancers looking a little bit more hot here, keeping the ball in a volatile state. That's not what the side of Cerebus want to do, but the demo from Eldruvo onto Small Panda is going to open up a little bit of space once again, but King Keze has something to say about it. Can only get the shot straight into Eldruvo, but does find the demo onto Patroid to slow down this counter-attack. Eldruvo's up, only going to get the lightest of touches to the corner, just missing the trajectory by a fine margin. Also, with the clearance, it's a dangerous one. Can he get the second touch? He does get the block on that touch, though. Could be super effective as Patroid able to keep the attack alive. But with coming out from Crafty Mouse is going to be dangerous once again, as Will's going to send it high towards the bad ball. Look for the double tag. He's going to find it. No, he can't. But Patroid's there, but it's saved off the goal line.
All right, that's got to be giving them a little bit of confidence. The fact that they're keeping it out, although it has to be said, it's been very scrappy. And really, they have more time than they think they do. They are rushing these plays when they've got time. They got to keep their head. And you know, they're doing best. Small Panda and King Keze, when they look for and find each other, they're absolutely devastating. Take a breath and do what worked so well against Glacier.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. We're approaching the halfway mark at Greybed, and no goals have been scored. Maybe with me saying that, one's going to slot itself in after cursing the cast, and it does look like that. But no. Small Panda, fortunately, not able to get around the ball enough to slot it in. And Patroid looking to force it to a bit of a mistouch off the bat, but it goes. Anyone there? It is Eldruvo, but Small Panda able to correct the mistake of his teammate. Unfortunately, keep that shooting opportunity out. And actually got down the other end, but Eldruvo comes back and says no!
Ledruvo, if my French is correct, what a save to keep it in. Oh, it's going to go in. Small Panda gets a dunk. He gets it in, and they have kept themselves in it. And somehow, some way, they've not conceded, and they've taken a lead.
What a great way for Small Panda to open up his account in this game. They needed to get the lead. They've got to hold on to it now. That's almost a harder ask when playing against Cerebus, but they've got it in them. As you said, they're a very high-ranked team for a reason. They've got to show it now. Can they hold on to this lead? They are pressing the issue. They want to see the second goal. Wills is going to decide to cut it. Takes it over one, but that challenge coming in the nick of time. It goes off the ceiling of one of the Pyromancer's cars. A great pass over to Eldruvo. Ooh, a bit wide as King Keze is going to take it away. Will's going to be that chance to keep the attack alive. Decides not to challenge Small Panda and leave it for Patroid to take control. It goes off the ceiling. No, it doesn't. Just skims it. King Keze has to pop it up, as you saw Eldruvo just flying in for the shot.
My word, it's been so loose and awkward. Eldruvo gets a touch on it. It's awkward once again. Can they keep their heads? Take a breath. You got time. You got a moment. Don't panic. Small Panda does get the clear, maybe a little bit rushed, but hold on, he does find a follow, and it is still there and thereabouts. And for the first time, Cerebrus looking a tiny bit fragile in front of their goal line. They do manage the clear, and now Patroid trying to bring it round the corner, looking for the touch. It's a very good one. Eldruvo looking to come in there, and the demo comes in, but not before the clear does.
A great start from Pyromancers, and right now, what a great start and what a great game. They're only 40 seconds away from handing the side of Cerebrus their first loss of this playoffs. They could well denten their attitude, denten their mentality more than I think we think. But Eldruvo's trying to have something to say about it. Can't find the flick around Small Panda, who's going to be that last line of defense, keeping that equalizer out. Cerebrus still pressing. Patroid's up for the ball. Small Panda's going to get there first. He does get dunked. Wills, can he put this in? Trying to guide it in, but King Kaize saying absolutely not. But just thrown in the way of that shot and keeps it out. Patroid, he knows he only has 10 seconds. Got a bit of boost to work with. Tries to take into the air. Forces the dunk. Cannot do anything about it. The clock is ticking. Pyromancers, have they taken a game? Jubakov in the touch, and Pyromancers, they're back in the action.
Oh my word, Cerebrus have lost a game. Is it a momentary blip, or is this the turn of the tide, the shift of momentum? Well, we're going to find out as we go, but my word, the last 40 seconds, it is the worst time for a team that has a 1-goal lead against a good opponent to see out those last 40 seconds. It is so nervy. It is so sweaty. But Pyromancers have done it. They are still in it.
What a way to play this game, Pyromancers. They've got their mentality back. They've taken a game of Cerebrus. They've said, Cerebrus, no. You can't have a clean playoffs. You can't have a perfect playoffs. It is unacceptable. We are here to prove a point, and we are here to battle it to the end. And now I think things are up in the air. Cerebrus, they've been shown they can actually bleed. It depends how hungry the sharks in the water of the Pyromancers are. It's all up for debate, but so we are into this game number 4. Who's going to take it? I can't tell you, but Cerebrus, they're a game off, going on to match point.
Yeah, well, the big question now, momentary blip or a turn of the tide? We'll see how it goes. The last game, I think it was almost 3 minutes before we saw the first goal. Eldruvo now gets a touch, but it is cleared. Patroid, he's had a rush of blood to the head. Third man, he was incredibly ambitious, very risky. They do get away with it, but that could have seen them going behind early.
That could have been dangerous indeed. It's well dealt with by his teammate. I think that was Wills to get back. Regardless, the ball's still very much up in the air. Crafty Mouse does get a bit of control, trying to break out of his own half. Pyromancer is caught in the back line here. Druvo trying to keep the attack alive, puts it over towards his teammate Wills. Druvo does get demoed by King Kaize. He may force his teammates to come up, but King Kaize actually finds a clearance. Small Panda being a nuisance to the back line, but Druvo gets there just in the nick of time.
And not for the first time, Eldruvo getting involved with the clutch save. But then a whiff in the corner nearly gets them in trouble. The clear does come, but this is much better here from Pyromancers. Off the crossbar. King Kaize's up, but he's going to drift under the ball. Wills miss it. And it's suddenly become quite scrappy. We haven't seen this sort of scrappy play throughout the series. We're seeing it now. Cerebrus have survived, but it is Pyromancers forcing the issue and getting closer and closer.
It's very scary. Pyromancers starting to find their rhythm far more than what we've seen so far in these playoffs. I mean, against Cerebrus is more what I should say. Patroid does find a shot, but Crafty Mouse well aware of it and takes that away. Still 0-0 as we approach the 3-minute marker. 2 minutes of game time without a goal. Not what we've seen, not really been a trend of these two teams, but definitely how this game is panning out. Eldruvo trying to force something. Crafty Mouse with a shot off the crossbar. Cannot get it down and up. A Small Panda's going to follow it up, but Patroid's going to be there to get the defense. And this time, you really have to say it. Cerebrus, they are the ones on the back foot.
It does look to me like Pyromancers have sort of resorted to a bit of street fighting. Small Panda gets the double, but it's wide. It's not that clean, graceful, sophisticated Rocket League. It is, but it's scrappy. It's street fighting out there. But I think it suits them. There's been a demo. The shot's wide, but Patroid gets there. But it is Pyromancers again and again with the attacks forward.
Yeah, they're looking much more deadly than they have before. Whatever they put in their pot is striking. What a demo from King KZ. El Druvo was going to put that in, but that demo came at the prime opportunity.
Oh.
King KZ unfortunately backflips, and subsequently the clearance comes out, but what a save, what a pivotal moment.
And it remains, we've had 3 minutes. 3 minutes without a goal, and I think that suits Pyromancers more than it does Cerebrus. At least going by the evidence of the last game, and similar in how it's being fought. It's very scrappy, and it's wonderful. Well, scrappy's the wrong word. It feels like a bare-fisted fist fight out there. Oh no, there's an open goal. Is that wide? Petroid snipes. He sees the open net, long distance, and finds it.
Patroid. He's done it all evening. And what a place to do it now. Cerebrus go up 1-0 courtesy of the aforementioned man. What a finish it was. He's got 5 saves to his name as well. Far more than anybody else. He's doing it all for his side. We've got a minute 32 to hold on. Can the Pyromancers conjure up anything of their own as the ball does bounce towards the backboard of their own? Small Panda does get it away. Fortunately for them, Will's trying to find a bit of a redirect. Decides to pop it out to El Drivo and back for the shot, and the shot is very effective. A triple commit in front of net. Patroid not really an angle to capitalize on it. Wills can't find the touch either. Counter-attack opportunity here for the Pyromancers if they can link up, but that demo could be huge. Small Panda gets the catch. He's avoiding the demos, can't find the angle. As Pyromancers almost linking out for a beautiful counter-attack.
Well, they're still doing more of what they've done throughout the game, getting there first, but they're going to concede again. El Druvo gets the second for Cerebrus.
Cerebrus, they finally found their footing once again. As you said, it looked a little bit shaky and wobbly and squeaky bum time after that previous loss, but they were able to get it back and punch it in. 2 goals ahead, 45 seconds on the clock for the side of Pyromancers to do anything with him. With Druvo flying down your flank, that is not the sight you want to see. Crafty Mouse does stop that before it can get anywhere, as Wills does go for the pinch. Patroid up already, goes for the shot, and Patroid's going to slot it in. Oh my word, he came out of the blue.
And you know, in games 1 and 2, Pyromancers looked completely neutralized, like they just couldn't. Whatever they were trying was being neutralized by the play of Cerebrus. In game 3, they changed it up. They resorted to that kind of rushing, scrappy play, which worked really well for them. And they looked so much more threatening than they had throughout the series. But in the last minute here, it's been a bit of a return to that neutralized feel about Pyromancers.
I completely agree with you. Their acidity level has definitely dropped. As the 4th one goes in, this game is going to put Cerebrus onto match point. They will take this game. I do not see Pyromancers bouncing back. Cerebrus, they're going to be a game off that being crowned champions. Pyromancers, what have they got to do, Great Beard? Is it a mentality thing at this stage, or is it really just bare bones mechanics?
I do think there's mentality is massive here, because they were in this until Cerebrus scored that first, and then suddenly I think they dropped their heads a little bit. They kind of panicked a bit. I mean, that last game, it was a 1-goal game. It was tense and scrappy, but they seemed to be enjoying the experience, and they succeeded there, and they were doing exactly the same. We went so long, I think nearly 3.5 minutes without a goal, but as soon as Cerebrus scored, Pyromancers kind of went off the boil. Cerebrus ran away with it. And 4-0, it just doesn't feel like a 4-0 game. All of those coming in and around the last minute.
Yeah, I mean, Cerebrus definitely put on the afterburners at the end of that final minute. I mean, Patroid, again, what more can this man do? He's got 2 goals off the 4 shots he took. He also has 5 saves. That is more than the whole team of Pyromancers saves got in total. It is ridiculous, this level of stats and the performance he is coming in and putting on, definitely in the candidate runnings for being, our caster MVP, following from yesterday. It is ridiculous. Cerebrus, they're doing everything they possibly can to keep out Pyromancers. Pyromancers right now, if there ever is a time to never give up, it is now. They've got to whip out the magic that their namesake suggests. It really is do or die.
And the fact that Patroid had to make that many saves speaks to how good the game was for Pyromancers, just in terms of the opportunities they found and the shots they were finding, just not effective enough. And, well, now they got to do the best of 5 reverse sweep. So 3 games on the trot. It's a tough one. You know what? But stories, and great stories, are all about overcoming adversity. And if you're scripting adversity, it's right here. A team that has looked so dominant in Cerebrus being overcome 3 times in a row to see a bracket reset. So the script is there for the taking, but fortunately the script is not written yet. It is Pyromancers who are going to have to do the work and write it in themselves.
Well, Rekislaw has come on in face of Crafty Mouse. So Pyromancers, really trying to flip the script, trying to do something different. I don't know if that is Crafty Mouse's alter counter. I can't tell you, but I think...
No, it is their sub.
Yeah, it is a sub. I was... It's surprising to me. The reason I question it is that so rarely do you find the substitute in a grand finals coming in, but let's see if Rekislaw can do anything to bring Pyromancers back into this game.
All right, well, they've at least not conceded. El Druvo intercept by Small Panda. And it is the sub getting in there, trying to disrupt things, trying to make something happen. But he's gone the long way round to pick up a corner burst, and that means no one's going to be back, and they are going to be punished so hard here, and they're going to go behind just on the stroke of a minute.
Cerebrus, we both wanted a bracket reset, but I think both of us deep down could see how well Cerebrus are playing. The chat could see it. Everybody watching could see it. Cerebrus, they are unstoppable. And I was looking at some stats that the chat was putting out. Cerebrus, I think Patroid and another one peaked well over 1,500 this season. They are playing lights out Rocket League, and it's proving. It's absolutely showing. They are on the defense right now. Clearance does come in. The sub comes out and puts the ball back into line. Rekislaw doing a good job setting up Kinkeze, but as I'm typing up Cerebrus, Pyromancers says, shut up, Hops, we're going to equalize.
And there we go. It is the sub of Bot Rekislaw getting involved with the past. And Kinkeze, who has been far too quiet in this series, with the finish. And yeah, perhaps let's not finish writing the obituary for Pyromancers just yet. Let's see if they can make something happen here. Become a fly in the ointment, ruin the script a little bit for Cerebrus.
It would be rather impressive indeed. Kinkeze does get a touch. Rekislaw goes to go for the catch. I don't know exactly why, but it was, in the end of the day, it gives his teammates time to rotate back. But Wills being an absolute nuisance. Patroid trying to follow it up, but the substitute does come in to find that clearance. Druvo gets the demo onto Kinkeze, not after the clearance. Play falls back into the blue half. Patroid wins that 50-50, tries to go again, but a nice pop by the sub, looking for Small Panda, waiting on that far corner. Could have been a nice passing play. Druvo has to go up as Kinkeze was looking for the shot. Rekislaw gets the demo on the back line, but Wills is there to pick up the pieces. Pyromancers once again looking like they were on the form they were at the beginning of that previous matchup. How long can they maintain this is the big question.
And Bot should have put that away. They will get another, and their play does pay off. They refuse to die. They won't lay down, and Bot's attempted shot becomes an effective fake, lining it up for Small Panda, and they have a lead here on the stroke of half-time.
What a ridiculous goal, and that's exactly what they need. Going into second half in the lead. Small Panda, most a dangerous touch, almost fed it to El Duro for the shot. Unfortunately, he was able to get back to it. Will's looking for the angle. Kinkeze is going to get dunked, but mitigates the shot from coming in the meantime. Patroid looking for the pass over to El Druvo, and the Cerebrus squad once again finds a replay almost instantly.
And there we go. What was that? 15 seconds. They were behind. They've leveled it up. They want to extinguish the hope that must be flowing through the veins of Pyromancers right now. And the best way to do that is to keep scoring.
I completely agree with you. Record Store does miss the initial touch. It gives El Duro the freest clearance. However, it passes it straight to King Kze. Patroid a bit awkward as the ball bounces around him. El Duro does go up. Not able to beat the chance by Record Slaw, and Wolves going to put it towards Semra, looking for Patroid. Patroid with a shot. Patroid with the finisher. Cerebrus, they go down at the beginning of this game, but they are well and truly back on top, and what a finish it was coming out from Patroid.
Yeah, as you would expect, Patroid involved in the action, gets the finish, and the lead once again for Cerebrus. And, the tough times continue for the Pyromancers.
Tough times indeed. King Kze decides to get the catch. A lovely flick, a double commit and send the net as Druvo knocked Patroid flying. Patroid also going to get demoed by King Kze for the efforts, giving Small Pan an opportunity, and unfortunately, Record Store couldn't get back for the shot. It was a dangerous time for Cerebrus. Prime opportunity for the side of Pyromancers to get back into it. King Kze goes again. A lovely dribble. Can he finish it? Yes, he can. King Kze putting the team on his back.
My word, and how long have we waited for King Kze to do his magic? It's taken far too long, and here we are in Game 5. He pulls it off to level up the game. And now, can he step it up? Can he and Small Panda make this happen and get it pushed to a Game 6 and then from there to a Game 7?
Going to be interesting to say the least. Druvo is up. Great demo onto Patroid by Small Panda. He gets Wills as well. How has that not gone in? Rex was going to be up. Patroid! He says no. What a save. Can he keep it out again? No, he can't. As Pyromancers answer back and go up 4-3 with just 55 seconds on the clock.
The aggression, the savagery, and Patroid, as he has done so often, gets the save, but it's not cleared far enough. And the finish comes in, and wow, Pyromancers back in front, and they've got less than a minute to hold on. But as we discussed early, it's sweaty pants time.
Very, very sweaty indeed. And if you guys aren't sweating whilst watching this, I don't know what the hell you're watching or thinking, because these two teams have been knocking it out for the past couple of games, and what a series it's been so far. Patroid does put it up, a bit of a double commit coming out. Wills is going to be there. He equalizes with 20 seconds left on the clock, and it looks like Druvo going up as well, completely through Record Law, and subsequently it enabled Wills to fire that shot off. A bit of a Team Queso 1-2 aerial coming out. What a finish, but with 4-4, 27 seconds left, and the Pyromancer's life is on the line.
And every time they get a bit of hope, it then goes against them. Cerebrus come out battling. That's going to go in, surely. No! Wills this time with the goal line clear. How many times have they done that? Well, they've done it enough times to be on the cusp of being the RSC9 champion. It's in! 4 seconds to go, and that's probably done it.
Oh my word, and Wills almost missing that shot. It goes off the crossbar. He gets an incredible read, and subsequently he's put Cerebrus within reaching distance of this victory. Can the Pyromancers conjure up anything? They have to keep it up. Record Slaw is there, not the best of touches. King Kze gets catch, but he gets team bumped, and that's it. Cerebrus, they are your champions of the Challenger tier.
Oh my word, and in so many ways, that loss for Pyromancers is going to be worse than being dominated. Almost worse than a 6-0 loss, because they were in it. They scrapped, they fought, they caught up, they went ahead, they conceded, they went behind, they caught up, they went ahead, and then they conceded and went behind and they lost. So they were so close for so long. But Cerebrus dropping a solitary game through the entire playoffs are your deserved champions.
What a game from Cerebrus. They only dropped one game throughout the whole of the playoffs. A really deserved champion, and what a set of players it is. And you know, there's one player who's truly stood out above and beyond, and that is Patroid. He has had a phenomenal playoff run, really scoring some incredible goals. One casting Brian back to that incredible double tap in the upper finals. But at the end of the day, Pyromances, they did a fantastic effort. They really did make Cerebrus look, you know, like they could bleed. They made them look mortal. And I think a massive props must go to them.
Yeah, Pyromancers had an outstanding season, and we can't forget that. Finishing top of their conference, they made it all the way to the playoff finals. They finished second, an outstanding season by any measure. So congrats to them. But Cerebrus, similarly, an outstanding season, but what a playoff run they've had. I mean, they dropping a single solitary game. That is a proper and solid performance, and well, it's a championship winning performance.
It really is, and Cerebrus well and truly being crowned their champions of the Challenger tier. They'll walk away a little bit richer with that prize pool as well. What a series it's been. We are going to try and get the players and GM and AGM into the chat to have a quick breakdown with them before we send them on their ways to celebrate this victory. What a series it's been, and we can have a quick glance at the playoff bracket to see how we've got to this point now. It would be great B-shape, but at the end of the day, some incredible Rocket League throughout this whole evening, and dare I say it, on par with Prospect. It was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, it was indeed. I mean, none of the shenanigans we saw last night with a bracket reset, but we saw a very good team put on an outstanding performance multiple times here. You know, this wasn't just a one-off. They had a good moment and won a series of Rocket League. This was over several series, you know, and going back to the upper semi-finals, taking down Glacier, who then made it in the lower bracket to the lower finals, and then taking on Cerebrus, the team that they were to meet in the grand finals, and then, of course, the grand finals themselves. And along the way there, winning 10 games of Rocket League and losing just the one.
Yeah, and talking about champions, we've got them in here. Patroid Wills, Druvo, and the GM Laroni is in here for the chat. Guys, welcome and congratulations. You are the Challenger champions here. And I'm going to toss some questions over to you guys. Druvo, Patroid, I'm going to come to first. As being the captain and actually being the caster MVP, how'd you feel after that victory?
I feel great. I actually just peaked at the correct day this time. I reached playoffs with Wills last season on Orcus, a second seed, and we dropped out immediately. And I reached playoffs with El Drovo in the IEL, Imperial Esports League Academy, and we also dropped immediately out, so I'm just happy that we finally managed not to choke and actually show a good performance. And yeah.
You guys definitely put on a great performance. You only dropped one game throughout that whole playoffs. And Druvo, you as well, you had some outstanding performances. What is it like playing alongside Wills and Patroid?
Yeah, it's we played a lot together, so it's nice to have some teammates like them.
Yeah, it's good to hear. It's good to hear.
Teammates you actually like and play well with. It's always a good thing.
Exactly. It's good to have friends when you're, good to be your teammates, to be friends as well. And Wills, we couldn't forget you. This is your second time being a champion here at the RSC, winning with Patroid and Druvo. When did you know that you were going to win it? Or did you know throughout the whole of the playoffs?
I did not know for sure, but yeah. We played good, and I guess by the...
you definitely played incredible. You played absolutely incredible. All three of you guys, and Laroni. How are you feeling? You've got 5 teams that had made it into play-in/playoffs. What is that like, and how proud are you of your boys?
Well, for our first season, honestly, I'm very proud of every team on how far they got. Especially this team, they had some issues in previous competitions and were very close in getting a playoffs wins, but never quite get it. And now that they did, it's very well deserved since they're all solid players, and just it was an insane series to watch, really.
It really was. You guys have played incredible. Greybeard, I'm sure your thoughts are bursting out of your ears.
Well, I have one question really, and I'll probably ask Patroid. You guys lost game 3 in this series, and it was the first game you've dropped in the playoffs. And the question I had, I was like, "Oh, is this a turning point, or is this just a momentary a momentary blip, a momentary problem?" And clearly it was. But I'm very keen to know what your conversations were like after that loss. Did you feel that it might be a turning point, or did you shrug it off quickly and get right back into the action?
I think we shrugged it off quickly. I started being a bit overconfident and committed a bit more, and in the end we got punished for it in that one game. So I played a bit different again in the next game, and the other two as well. And I think we managed well to not let it affect our mental at all.
All right, fine. So it was a case of very quick analysis of what you did wrong and then getting that fixed up. I mean, clearly it worked out because you were fantastic from there.
I mean, absolutely brilliant, guys. You are the champions. A massive GGs to your opponents, Biomancers, but you're champions of the Challenger tier, the RSC Season 9. It is Cerebus with Patroid, Mike, Eldruvo, and Wills with their GM being Laroni. What a season and what a playoff run it was. They only dropped one game, which was in the grand final, but apart from that, they really looked completely dominant. GGs to all of you. Greybeard, what a weekend of Rocket League action we've had.
It's been fantastic, and certainly my most enjoyable of so far. That last night was epic. Tonight was fantastic for different reasons. Last night we saw a lot of chaos and shenanigans and madness going on. Tonight it was witnessing a solid performance, and just a shout out again to Pyromancers, because their performance in the lower bracket finals was sensational. They were fantastic there. Small Panda and King Keze were fantastic. They were neutralized by Cerebus in the grand final, and that's something they'll go and work on and individually and as a team try and figure out. But we were treated to exceptionally good Rocket League.
Really well. It's truly exceptional. These guys are your champions, and for good reason. I'm looking forward to see what they bring next season. And Laroni as well, a GM with 5 teams in both play-ins and playoffs. What more can you say? I'm definitely sure he's in the runnings for GM of the season. But guys, we hope you have enjoyed this Rocket League tonight. Make sure you drop a follow on all our socials, RSC_EU on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. And if you want to catch any more action, go visit our YouTube at RSCEU. Go follow us here as well on Twitch, and just for your notification, any sort of donation or subscription goes straight back into the RSC. It makes for bigger prize pools, more opportunities, and everything far in between. None of the staff, none of the admins, none of the owners get a penny from those donations. We get nothing, and subsequently it all goes back into making the RSC bigger and better. So if you want to drop us a donation, drop it here. If you've got a free Prime sub, drop it here. It is very well received. And moving forward, a big thank you over to our sponsors, HyperX, which you'll hear a bit more about in the coming weeks. Lunar Organization, obviously, they are a fantastic organization run by Steve Blood. If they are the main sponsors here, so a big love must go over to them. A big thank you for Badass Studios, who have made these graphics and facilitated a lot of growth here at the RSC, and they're working behind the scenes immensely so. And obviously, a big thank you to Versus, where if you want some more Rocket League action here, go visit versus.gg so you can tune into every single Tuesday tournament with a nice big prize pool for you to compete at that top level. Guys, tune in for the rest of the playoffs. I mean, Greybeard, from what we've seen this weekend, surely it can't get better. I don't think my voice can deal with it.
Hops, I beg to differ. I think it will only get better because we got the big boys coming up, and we have to expect more. A serious standard has been set by the junior players, and now the big boys are going to step it up and make it even better.
Exactly. They've got a lot to live up to. So, guys, you've got all of that to tune in throughout this week. Playing Sues during the week, and next weekend we will have playoffs for Rival and Elite tier. So, a lot of action. And, guys, a few announcements maybe. RSC Season 10. It is bigger and better than anything you guys have ever seen here at the RSC. Trust me, I know. So guys, thank you very much to everyone. A big love to all the casters and B-Shape for manning the helm on the broadcast this evening, and we'll see you very, very soon. Good night.
Peace!
Won't you say why you're a stranger now? Your eyes escaping mine when I sit you down. Don't you feel like we're holding on onto a fairy tale, but the magic's gone? Been months of bluffing the blushes and faking the butterflies. Wake up, yeah, I'm kicking the castle down. Ooh, yeah, I think it's time to talk. Ooh, yeah, I think it's time to talk. Kinda missing how we kicked it off. Always in overdrive, now the feeling's lost. Blind to notice, we've been losing touch.